Interesting. So, all of my things have been broken. Why did that happen? I saw the music was broken, but I didn't really realize that the other stuff was incorrectly synced. I don't know why that would happen. There wasn't an update or anything. Oh well, anyway, I was saying that Happy Father's Day. My dad went on a month-long trip to the East Coast. So, I don't know. Windows probably did it, though. Let's be honest. Windows did something. Oh, Windows did update yesterday. Yes, I had to update and shut down. That's what it was. Fucking Windows. Anyways. It is always Windows. I mean, I can't believe it doesn't go directly towards that. So we got ourselves some best of 5s and a best of 7, starting off with Rogue versus Hero. Let's get into it. No spoilies, obviously. Yeah, where Ziggy started to muck around. Ziggy got extra cat treats today, so thank you very much. Hey everyone, we got ourselves the GSL semis and finals. And this might be the last GSL semis and finals, for all we know. Obviously, all of us have our fingers crossed that it is not, but it has been a struggle to try and sustain StarCraft 2 for more than even a couple of months for a lot of these tournament organizers. So the future very much is uncertain, but we got ourselves this one here, so we're going to cast the hell out of it. And Wicket is also here to help me cast, obviously. There's their tail. In the bottom right of Maganatha, we have Hero. And in the top left, we do have the Blue Zerg Rogue. So Hero versus Rogue. I mean, Rogue actually making it to the round of 4, I want to say is a little surprising, but then also not. I mean, he is the guy who has won many championships in the past and is always a threat. But not the guy who necessarily has come back with extreme force from the military. Unlike his counterpart with Hero. Hero really came back and almost immediately started to win a lot of the open cups, defeating all of the standard players who are already up. We got ourselves a little block, okay. Standard players that were already there. already making waves, basically, and then just kept getting tested and tested and tested. Showed a new style, won DreamHack Atlanta. You know, it kind of was a whirlwind for him coming back. One of the most amazing post-military returns. Rogue can't quite say the same thing, but Rogue can say that it is as fun of a Zerg player to cast as ever. So he does the proxy hatches, he does the block hatches, he does the cheeses and the all-ins and yada yada yada. But the block hatch, while it is fun, it's different, it's something for me to talk about. I will say again, as I have always said whenever he does this, I don't really know if it's worth it. You know, there's a lot of other Zerg players who have just totally ripped this page out of their build order book. So I don't know. The benefit is both of you get messed up build orders. So I don't really call that a benefit. You both get messed up build orders. You both have to accommodate for that block hatch. I suppose the scouting that comes along with it is the additional bonus for a Zerg player who usually would not get that. And then, you know, maybe there is also something to be said about the Protoss feeling more of a need to go into Stargate than if they weren't block hatch, just because this could follow up into something cheesy because their build order is a little off. And the Stargate's that kind of perfect trifecta of defense, offense, and harassment, and scouting as well, too, I suppose. But quadfecta doesn't sound quite the same. Anyway, there is that, but the Stargate's a very comfortable opener for Protoss anyway. So, you know, maybe they're like, I don't want to do my Resident Glaives attack that I was going to do, but I'm not sure they're too bothered by that, actually. Maybe I'm underestimating it. But what I usually don't underestimate is this counterattack. This is one of those reasons why I think the block hatch isn't exactly ideal. Oh, the Adept getting trapped wasn't supposed to happen. But 3 drones and a Queen went down. Now, the Queen usually does not go down, to be fair. But drones can die. And usually, drones aren't made. Like, that's usually the consistent issue, is that they will send the units across the map because they will at least force you to not make drones and instead make lings to answer to that. And a drone usage as well, if you send it across the map, is just more severe than any other race when it comes to the worker scouts, because you actually sacrifice a worker when you build stuff. And I don't know, but Rogue seems to really like it, so I shouldn't be passing too much judgment. Rogue did make it to the round of 4, and he is still block hatching. We got the Void Ray opener coming out first, which is a little interesting. This might be something leading to scariness, I guess I'll put it that way. Like, it could be something very scary. We could be seeing some shenanigans afoot for Hero. But Rogue, I think the bigger worry is that he's going to have a couple of Overlords that die. And the third hatch isn't actually properly protected with the Voiders not heading towards there. It's very unlikely to actually get that third hatch canceled. But you are going to have to lose a couple of Overlords. You are going to have to worry about what exactly they're doing. I suppose what Rogue can say is that because the Extractor was built, he doesn't have to worry about it being a 4-gas 2-base build. And trying to fit, let's say, a multiple Stargate build on 3 gases still isn't exactly ideal. I don't know how that would look, but probably not very pretty. So there's that one option taken out, something that SOS was doing, but not so much of Hero. Overlord is getting in, funnily enough, despite the Void Ray being made, but that's going to be 3 guaranteed Overlord kills. So not too shabby for the Void Ray. And provide a little bit of extra defense in case this was that Roach follow-up, which might have been the bigger reason to get that Void Ray first, because again, you just don't know what your opponent's doing behind that block hatch. If they're willing to play a little funky, throw you off your early game groove, mess up your builder a little bit, then they might be trying to capitalize on that with a follow-up. It's 3 Overlords dead actually with the Stalker. Okay, well, alright, the Overlord's dead eventually. Extractor is going to be taken down first. A couple of Oracles were made, so we are going back into just a very normal-looking PVZ. It's not going to be a Blink opener, but that's not necessarily terribly abnormal. It is going right into that Charge Archon. But the 3 Oracles, in fact, will be made, despite also building a Void Ray. So quite a lot of gas put into that Stargate. But choices did have to be made, considering that the pressure was kind of on Hero for a little bit. Even though we did get the Zealots and Adept across the map. Zealots, actually. And now with all the scouting done, with it very clear that Rogue has been droning, that fear is obviously lessened. Hero will be able to get his own third base up and running, fully saturated, 6 gases, eventually. He is only on 4 right now, so we're going to have a lot more charge lot emphasis than we are trying to get up into Storm, aren't we? There's no Robo, so Warp Prism will not be made to send help send these Zealots across the map. But you know, Hero, I think, has done this before. A couple of Queens are going to go and get down. They weren't together to help out against the Oracles, excuse me. One Oracle was exchanged, which, you know, you don't want to usually do that, gas for minerals, but this is a precursor. This is... I mean, this actually... Rogue doesn't quite know what's heading his way. Does get the Lings into the third base. We have a recharge if necessary to help the Oracles defend. I do not see the Zealots. +1 melee Lings is what Rogue has up against this, and nothing else. No Roach War, no Baneling Nest. The Zealots are simply going to run across the map. And we have seen Hero do this before. And against someone who has built nothing but Lings, this is at the very least, going to trade effectively. Because behind this, Hero is not all-inning. He is getting additional upgrades, getting to that blink, maybe even fitting a fourth base behind this. The Zealots are being scampered around here, trying to chase everything down. They need to collect themselves to be the most efficient, and they do, actually. The mineral patch is working in their favor. Drones also have to be pulled. Suddenly, we're just out of attacking units as Zealots come across the map. Further reinforcements. Oracle's getting involved as well. And this actually just wins the game. How about that? Zealots running across the map kills Rogue, who just had no idea that that was the plan. Maybe was even snickering to himself that, you know, hey, I blocked this guy's gas, he's going to have some trouble. Probably assumed that fourth gas was taken at the natural. And then I don't know exactly what you would think about the sixth gas not being taken, but it might be thinking, okay, it's just like, you know, it's maybe Blink Stalkers, because he didn't see anything. He did not see any of the production on the ground. And then... we could have even had like a further fake if that was even necessary for Hero, if he wanted to like put up a sixth gas and then not actually mine from his original 2 or his original, you know, natural. I mean, that would have been cool too. But the point is just like Zealots appear and Rogue had zero idea. Totally dependent on Lings for that map awareness, for the scouting, for the dealing with any amount of pressure. From Stalkers, the Lings would have been enough probably to get the ball rolling. Against Zealots, absolutely not. GG's. In the top right, we do have Hero taking game one in quick and easy fashion. In the bottom left, it is Rogue. I can't believe how often that little Zealot thing works. Because it really is the funniest little twist in the usual PvZ narrative. It's not all in, so it's not like this huge dramatic twist where the audience gasps. But it's not without its concerns, obviously. It won the game just by its lonesome. So, you know, it should be maybe a big audible gasp from the crowd. The difference is obviously that if there were roaches on the field, those Zealots would get one beginning attacked surprise, and then they would eventually be handled. And I think we've seen that as well in a couple of games from other PvZs, where it was a decent attack with the, you know, 8 or whatever Zealots you get initially, but then it does fade because either roaches were made or even banelings were made. And banelings still aren't ideal because unless they get a central attack, you know, all on top of all of the Zealots, they're going to trade even less efficiently than those Lings did, as they do, you know, cost gas. But at least they would have taken care of it, and then maybe there's a chance to come back after that. But neither option was available to Rogue, who was playing perhaps a little greedy. But he really thought that the Lings controlling the map would have given him a heads up to such things. And if he had seen 8 Zealots move across the map just shy of having charge, that's when they started moving, there might have been a chance for him to hold. I think he collects his queens a little bit more. They're a little more packed together. The Lings going to do a little more of a dance, waiting for those Zealots to finally make a move into the mineral line. And then once they obviously go for the best opportunity in the mineral line, that's when the Lings finally get us around. And then the Lings are, again, not going to trade out very efficiently, but it's better than letting those Zealots into the mineral line from the get-go and really causing a lot of problems. So That was a big moment. That was a big moment. The Lings on the right side, the Zealots on the left. That was that could not have been better for Hero and worse for Rogue, I suppose. Now, Rogue, having had that happen to him, now also really needs to consider getting a Roach Warren, even just a safety Roach Warren. Just throw down the 150 mineral building, and then if you don't need it, you don't need it. But that itself is already kind of a mind game win for a Hero. As Rogue's little block hatch was not nearly as scary. That isn't really set up, I feel like, the rest of the best of 5 for anything that scares Hero. He might be a little cautious against a legitimate proxy hatch, one that builds here and then builds spine crawlers, just because Rogue is a crazy guy, and maybe he would throw out a very old build that is typically not seen anymore in professional games, but that's an easy check. That is an easy check if he was actually concerned about it. Adept to the left, probe to the right, or adept a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, like both would cover that in a good enough time, I would say, to defend, especially with the recharge helping out oracles as a defensive or early option. One of the weaknesses of an early game for the Protoss is that they don't have a lot of units. The oracle is a pretty good unit, but back in the day, it also had a limited amount of energy. So now, with the recharge, it feels unlimited, that's for sure. And we haven't seen a good old-fashioned Ling all-in in quite some time. To be fair, that was happening before the recharge, but now it's like, nope, 100%, never again. Not going to happen. Best case scenario, Ling Queen all-in. That kills the third base and creates a very awkward game. Adepts are deciding to go in aggressively. Maybe caught out a little bit more by too much firepower, just the fact that 3 queens are actually there. But that means that the drone line is a little open. Spore Crawler was made in haste, however, in the main base. That ends up being perfectly timed, in fact. So that worked out really well for Rogue. I mean, you could see Hero. You could probably imagine his eyes growing wide. He's like, the queens are out of position. And the Spore was there. So not as important. But it's a good idea nonetheless for Hero. Tries to get the the egg. There we go. That's what it's called. He tries to get the egg, which he almost did, to be fair. And that would have put Rogue in maybe a tiny supply block, but not too much. Roach Warren and Lair is on the way. This could be just legitimately going into a Roach game. But that might have been a change of heart. That might be a change of mind for how the best of 5 was envisioned for Rogue. Now that he has to worry about those charge lots just simply coming across the map without any other indicator. Because remember, he also got an Overlord in the main base, although it was pretty early on. I mean, he tried to get scouting, but it's such a, as I said, just kind of like a funny twist on what a normal PvZ would look like. You're not getting a Robo with a Warp Prism, which might alert the Zerg player to something, right? If they see a Warp Prism, that's obviously going to alert them. Nah, you just send them across the map. Speaking of sending things across the map, the Adepts will be sent across the map. They actually end up not pairing together. That might have just been some weird AI, because it seems like they are definitely intended to all be together. See, I just split with the shades. But that is a decent number of Adepts. 12 Lings are available, but that's not a whole lot. The Queens will not die, but they also will not kill the Adepts particularly quickly, and that's why the drones are in some trouble, tucking themselves into the little corner here in the minerals. Not going to try and shade into that natural. They actually shaded out. The natural, it would have been pulled away. But the obvious intent of the shade, and then it probably wouldn't have gotten it very much, so I think it is better that he saves these Adepts. Continues threatening in case there is a much better shade. I wouldn't have called that a much better shade, though, actually. Whoops. Does that count as a caster curse? Maybe. I was thinking he was going to wait for some type of opportunity where it really was just nothing was available. Hey, I caught you off guard. You don't pull the drones fast enough, too. But it looks like it was just a suicide. 9 drones in total going down is a decent amount, but it was, keep in mind, a total of 8 Adepts across this game. Hero is going up to 6 gases. No, take that back. He's going up to 4. Is he doing the same exact thing? He's doing the same exact thing. And this is that trick that I was talking about, where he just doesn't get his natural gases. Wow, but he knows there's a Roach Warren. I feel like this isn't the best thing to do, and maybe he does want to get all 6 gases. I'll also actually mine from at least the 2 gases he got. Lings get into the main base. This is looking very awkward for Hero. I suppose he was hoping that Roach Warren was just for show, and roaches weren't actually being built, but the Oracle has seen roaches, and it should see more than that. We got Overlord speed. We got a drop Overlord, and we got ourselves a good old-fashioned Queen Roach all in. Hero has nothing but Zealots to help out against this, which That's a lot of zealots, and if they get a surround basically exactly like that, then they could actually do some serious work. This is still less than ideal ever. If you run out of zealots, the roaches are going to be on top of your warp-in point, but this might actually work out. So many zealots are available. The roaches are coming across the map in good enough time as the reinforcements are just a little bit slow. The queen's having to be in trouble this entire time, having to be microed in the overlord, and the oracle was even helping out because the queens were too busy being attacked. They had to be microed, so the oracle was doing a lot of extra damage. Finally, it goes down, however, and now we have that point that I was talking about where you just have your reinforcement point now in trouble. That is a lot of roaches finally coming together, not being overwhelmed by the amount of zealots. And Rogue, I think he's going to get a win here. Not much that Hero can do against this. He's tried to warp in Stalkers, which are better against those roaches, but the numbers aren't there, Blink isn't there. Well, there wasn't even a shield battery. Hey, it was just a cannon. So, this is going to work. A bit of an odd game, too, though, in my opinion. Just because Hero seemed very, almost blindly determined to do the same attack. Despite he had seen the Roach Warren very early on. Again, could have been hoping that a Roach Warren did not lead to building roaches, which is fair. Or maybe it was a couple of roaches defensively, but then Hero still likes the zealots running across the map, splitting up maybe into multiple bases, getting that surround like they did in the beginning of the defense, and then still causing trouble, meaning that he can macro back at home pretty well. But it just feels a little... It's like any ladder game that you've probably played where you're just like, I have a build that I want to do, or it's the only build you ever do because you're practicing it. And the other guy is definitely doing something that could trip you up, and you're like, okay, I'm still gonna do my build. And you kind of even have a little horse blinder effect where you just really focus on doing it. Because it felt like Hero had some time to even try and prep a little faster to a potential roach attack, and even that was a little delayed. So first it was zealot attack, don't care if he has a roach warren. Okay, there's a couple of roaches, that still doesn't concern me. Okay, that's a decent amount of roaches, that is starting to concern me. And there still wasn't a big burst of defenses and emergency response that we would usually see. The shield batteries never went down. The Temple Archives did go down, but then the gases weren't actually being saturated, and it was pretty much too late anyway. But the shield batteries especially weren't put down. And I suppose Hero thought that he would be able to hold that with the amount of charge lots he was building. But okay, as I said, an odd game there. Rogue able to execute his vision, Roach Queen all in, and that worked out just fine against the Mass Zealots. Excuse me. That was my weekend. Spent studying. Yesterday I did take my mom out to dim sum, which was average. Average dim sum. Womp womp. Map number 3 is going to be torches. On the bottom right, it is Hero. In the top right, it is Rogue. And the chat's calling for him to do the exact same build game number 3. They'll never expect it 3 times in a row. That's true. Especially after the one game too. 100%. But no, it was an odd set of events. It was an odd set of events. Definitely felt like you could sum it up as Hero really wanted to do his build, and because of that, responded a bit late to what was actually happening in the game. I think he was responding to a certain extent, but it, combination of it being too late, maybe a little bit of underestimating, maybe a little bit of overestimating his own zealots, like a kind of mixture of that, but not the response or the setup that I would generally see from a Protoss who, well, frankly, was willing to be a little more flexible in a game like that. Now, Hero, to be clear, is a super flexible Protoss, obviously. Like, he can do anything. So I'm not saying he is inflexible, but every once in a while, just the same thing with his walls, right? They look ugly as shit. Sometimes Hero is caught in a with a bad position, that he did focus a little bit too much on X or Y. Like, every pro gamer has this. So that's the game that I feel like Hero gives, and then is like, okay, well, like, hold on, I didn't remember here. But Rogue is determined to mix things up even further. What did I say? I said he was burgling the proxy hatch, and here he is. He's doing it. The proxy hatch coming through. There's gold minerals here, so you can't immediately get the scout on the side of Hero. Unless you send a probe this way and then all the way back, and then there's rocks blocking, so you actually can't get a scout. I should rectify my statement. A lot of the times, this third base is taken as the legitimate third base, and then these rocks are dying. So, we stop talking about them. But this early on, literally no way to scout this. So that is a very interesting play. I'm surprised I don't see it more on torches, but it's a good time to use it, is in this best of 5. Hero should notice something is up, though, right? Because his probe was scouting the main base, and it's all no second hatchery. No second hatchery, no second hatchery, no second hatchery. You should be thinking more and more about a proxy hatch in particular, not just a 2-base attack. The probe finally goes for the scout, and it is already, obviously a bit late, but the pylon block is a very good idea. That is obviously a good idea. A couple of lings and a couple of drones went into the main base. I will say that as far as proxy hatches go, this is a little awkward. Oh, the drones come back to help against the pylon. I like that. It was dead, of course, but I still like it. Because the proxy hatch is a decent amount away from something that's really integral to the Protoss. Like their pylons, their gateway, their actual army units, So if you're going to build spine crawlers, which obviously is not the play here, as the drones continue being a part of the attacking army, it's going to take a while for them to actually come across and do something. One sentry pops out in a bit of an awkward scenario, has to force field himself out to try and save himself. Does not happen. I guess it's an it because it's a robot, but whatever. Shield batteries are on the way. Queen trying to help out the best that she can. I understand the sentries, but since the army is already here, the sentries are feeling a little bit lackluster. Shield battery tries to save the day, but now we got a full surround going, and now the recall has to be used, but the sentry went down. And the Stalker is not exactly what you want against that many lings. It's such an early attack as well. We obviously do not have a Stargate in play, and we will not be getting there. And Rogue might just be cheesing his way into a 2-1 lead. I think that is absolutely what is happening here. Rogue, he's looking for that championship. He's up to his ways, and Hero is not prepared for them. Hero is 100% dead. GG's. Oh boy, Rogue. Didn't expect this. But Rogue now is 1 map away from reaching the GSL finals. Thank you, Wardy, for that big old raid. Welcome, everyone. For anyone who doesn't know what dim sum is, it's actually Chinese. I don't know if it's like distinctly Cantonese, but the one we go to is Cantonese anyway. This best of 5 might be coming to a close soon. In the bottom left, down again with his last life, it is Hero. And in the top right, we have Rogue. Rogue would occasionally show up to tournaments in the past and decide, I want to win this one. And then he would. And then the next GSL, he would flop. But then he'd come back and win another tournament. That's just how he rolls. And he's been missing a little bit of that. He decides he's going to do well in a tournament sometimes, and you're like, oh, damn, Rogue. But having actually winning a championship, it's been a while. It's been a while for Rogue. But this is the kind of form that makes him so scary for that. When you get the 1-2 punches in, and then suddenly the opponent is reeling. Now they're incredibly scared of what Rogue can do to them. And then Rogue has it in him to play a decent macro game. Macro games, a lot of fashion, I suppose, for PvZ. We do see a lot more of these all-ins. But it is an option. In fact, in the round of 8, this kind of happened to Hero in a TVP, where he had to respect the SEV pool so much that we had him over-defend and inevitably lose to a macro game. And that could actually happen here, too. where Rogue is just now chuckling himself, being like, both all-ins worked, and now he can do kind of whatever he wants. I feel like he absolutely has the edge here. Now, I think if he does play a macro game and Hero picks up on this, I think it's not likely that Rogue wins it, but I would not underestimate the potential, because Hero is going to maybe make some more secure decisions than he usually would, miss out on some of those aggressive timings that we know of Hero that really catches the Zerg off guard, and then, you know, the opportunities are absolutely there for Rogue. Or Rogue just all-ins again, and that's fair enough too, because there's a bunch of different ones he could be doing. In the first game, he died before we ever got to see really what his plans were, but he could have also been Ling Hydra all-inning in that game too. For all we know, just didn't get there. Hero has to be really, really, really on guard, but right now, good signs. Good signs for not being cheesed. You got the natural hatchery. That's a good thing. Obviously, not bothering to try and block at any point in this series. Stargate's going to be able to come down, and Hero is going to go into a couple of oracles. And for Hero, if he had planned on a 1-2 punch himself, right? That has just gone completely out the window. He now has to be the ultra cautious one, or you would expect him to be the ultra cautious one. There are a lot of Korean players in particular who throw caution to the wind. They're like, yes, I am down, but then I'm going to 5-racks you 2 times in a row. And you're like, what? Okay, but that worked. You know, we've seen that in the past. For Protoss, you guys were calling it in a third game. I mean, who expects the charge attack 3 times? Maybe you could do that too. Oracle number 1 is on the way, as the Adept is just... The order of scouting here has to be really tight, since Rogue is such a scary player. It should be regardless of the result currently anyway, but it is especially now because of the result. You got to be really careful. The Probe Scout's got to be thorough. The Adept Scout's got to be thorough. The Oracle Scout has to be thorough. And the Oracle Scout has to be thorough while also keeping in mind that they might need to be back at home defending a third Nexus. So that's a little tricky. That is a little problematic. Sometimes the Zerg players are able to get that exact timing with a bunch of Lings to cause some troubles on getting the third Nexus as fast as possible. Which Hero is going for the second gateway, so this isn't literally as fast as possible, but is very typical timing for PvZ. Just a handful of Lings checking in what's going on. More Lings are on the way, as we do need them to defend the aggressive double Adepts at the front lines. Oracle looking around for a possible attack and not going to find it. The Spore is in the wrong position, so there is maybe an opportunity, but clearly not. Well, the pylon was targeted, and that was killed, not canceled. Second Oracle stays at home, and that's the best thing you can do. If the second Oracle is determined to stay at home, to wait for the third Oracle, and then the third Oracle is staying at home, you need a lot of Lings to kill the third Nexus, which is also getting healthier by the second. So this is the safest thing to do. What it means is that the Oracles aren't as big of bullies, which if you were pretty sure the Lings weren't going to be a problem on your side of the map, all 3 Oracles would be running across the map, trying to hit all 3 bases, or trying to hit the Queens. That was the first game, wasn't it? The Queens went down to the triple Oracle attack. And that's just something you can't do now that you need to be a little bit more defensive. Oh, boy. Ling's getting into the natural once again. Not ideal, but at the very least being traded a little bit. 4 drones go down as the Adept decide to go for it. Not a bad call. Rogue, if he had a lot of Lings here to help defend, would actually kind of be a good sign, because that would mean that he had so many Lings instead of drones. Now, we can see what his plans are. He is building a lot of Lings. He is also getting a Baneling nest, so I think this is just because of the first, and technically second game, where he needs to be wary of the charge follow-up, because he is going Ling only. So Rogue is the one theoretically taking a bit of a risk, just because, again, Banelings, not very cost-efficient units, would be... how to say, they'd be a delicate defense, you know, like you'd need to get good connections, which isn't always guaranteed. But in this game, this is by far, I think, more what a Zerg player would want to be up against if they were going for +1 melee, pure Ling, no Roach Warren. And that is, you know, a couple of Adepts running by, okay, you know, they get in a good position, the Lings aren't exactly efficient, fair enough. But no charge lot suddenly appearing. And Stalkers. And Stalkers, you know, they're still good units. Hero is playing into a game that he is very familiar and I believe comfortable with. But the Stalkers, they can't push out as aggressively, knowing that Lings with +1 melee are going to be available for a potential surround. The Queens, unless they're coming with them for like an Overlord drop, obviously can't help. And then the oracles do end up providing some cover for the stalkers, but to a certain degree. You don't know how many lings are running around, or even how many banelings. 14 banelings are being made. Whoa! Rogue is definitely going for a big ol' attack. 49 drones is all he's going to get up to. And Hero needs to recognize this. So the queens aren't coming, as far as I can see. But maybe they are not going to be necessary. Shield battery and cannon is finished. Stalkers are in position. The probes have to be pulled off to the left side, away from the banelings, which is exactly what they do. And this is a pretty strong start for the defense, I would say. Unfortunately, that +1 melee is really kicking in, and that is so many lings. The Stalker is not getting a chance to blink out because blink wasn't done. +1 also wasn't done for them, and there wasn't a wall! There wasn't a wall! The probes! Oh no! They needed to stop these lings from getting inside. More probes will go down. +1 melee lings are absolutely no joke. And behind this, Rogue is getting a lot more drones. He is recovering that economic deficit he put himself in. Hero, not as prepared as he should have been against the swell of Ling Baneling. And he is in so much trouble. He still is not walling. And that is really the biggest issue. If he had walled, these oracles are here. They have a lot of energy. They would have started tearing down the lane numbers. But not walling has led to the death of 40+ probes. Because he had saved them initially. He pulled them quickly. They were chilling. They were waiting. They were not walling. He could have saved them. I truly believe that if he had pulled them, gotten them behind the gateways, and immediately planted down, let's say like a cybernetic score because it builds fast and gets healthy fast, I think he holds long enough for the stalkers to warp in, for the oracles to burn through a lot of lings anyway, and then maybe 20 probes do go down because the break happens, but 20 probes would have been such a significant difference. Now the third nexus also went down, and maybe that actually isn't going to be enough, but yeah, this is 100% game over thanks to that. Thanks to that. That is a dead hero. I don't see a way out of this one. Rogue is on 4 bases. Getting up to Hydras, and Hero, he's just been smacked here. Rogue came in with a flurry of punches. And I want to speak nothing but positively for Rogue, because this is some cutthroat Zerg action that we're seeing here. But it does still feel like it kind of went back to the second game. Hero could have won all the other games if everything had gone according to plan. Sure, but that second game where he was sort of blindly going back into the charge attack, and Rogue had obviously a different answer. It's what started this whole problem. Rogue is able to take that Roach Queen all-in victory into the proxy hatch on a map that was kind of screaming for it. To be fair, we don't actually see it that often, but I do realize its potential. And then into the big old link swell, which, as I said, like any point, Hero could have recollected himself and maybe had stronger defense against it, but it felt like that second game, it got the ball rolling, and Rogue was not going to let up. So Rogue advances to the GSL finals, and Hero, the man I had for the winner, is out. But he already has his EWC qualification spot, so this is good news for Rogue, who does need it. Hero was Rogue's best ally? Kind of? That was a very quick PvZ. Now we're into Classic versus Gumiho, is it? Yep, okay. Ad break. Stretch break, too. Yeah. Oof. Easy redemption. I bought a bunch of Red Bulls because I might have to cast at 2 in the morning this week. That's gonna be fun. And we're into the second semifinals. We're into Pylon, and we're into a TVP. In the top left, it is Gumiho. In the bottom right, it is Classic. I had the finals as Hero versus Classic, personally. That Hero's PvZ was pretty damn good. I thought Rogue would be able to get 1, maybe 2 wins off of his aggression, but Rogue just had a almost seamless best of 5. One of those ones where you had it in your brain. This is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do. And it worked. The hiccup was the first game, obviously. And I don't actually think that Rogue is necessarily, proxy, necessarily the guy who has that like entire best of 5 pre-planned. I think that second game might have been a reaction to the first, but the point is, like, all of his plans seemed to work out flawlessly after that second game. So, after the first game. And so that was really great for Rogue. He got a Zerg in the finals. What isn't great for Gumiho, let's talk about this TVP, is a proxy racks being found out. That's less than ideal. And it was so early on that trying to play the micro game really wasn't worth it. The one where you just hope that the probe can't kill the SCV while it runs around the building. So that was really nice scouting on Classic's part, who did bother to kind of turn a little bit more to the right than I think the natural scouting pattern actually asked for. And it honestly just makes a lot of sense. Not because Terrans as a whole have been particularly cheesy, but Gumiho has certainly been throwing out the proxies. And, well, the proxy Marauder thing is kind of a must-have in a best of 5 or a best of 7, I think. So it was bold of Gumiho to start things off with the proxy racks. I actually liked it a lot. I like that plan. But, yeah, Classic is on top of it. So I predicted Hero to win over Rogue. I was wrong about that. Let's talk about what my prediction for here, which is kind of what I was getting to. I do believe Classic is the better PV tier. I think Classic has had some troubles, though, against, well, Gumiho, actually. But kind of against the earlier Terran attacks, tripping him up a little bit. I would say that his planning, if he knows an SCV pool from minute 0 and he watches it and he just prepares for it, I think Classic's fine. But some of those earlier attacks tripping him up, that's what I said. But then I watched his group. He was facing Bunny in a mostly Protoss group, but he faced Bunny. And Bunny was trying that stuff, and Classic was really good against it. So I think Classic, the games against Gumiho last season, even though it was only 30 days ago, even less, I think he's already improved on it. And I don't think Gumiho has a standard enough PVT in him to win a longer series. And just to be super clear, I don't think I need to say this, but just to be super clear, I really like Gumiho. I think that he has really cool ideas. I think throwing out battle mech and actually making it work in PvT is pretty freaking awesome. I think that he has really great TVZ, really great TVT, and TVP can look masterful with some of the different builds he throws out. But what I always say is that Gumiho's standard TVP isn't the best. And in a best of 5, and then a best of 7, but well, not many more actually, Rogue 1, but still, I don't think that works out enough. I don't think that actually gets you to advance more often than not anyway. So that's why I have to be very scared for Gumiho here. Happy to be wrong. Could be another upset in my eyes. I do believe this would be a bigger upset though, to me. I know their history is not that actually one-sided for Classic, but still, I just feel like Classic really should be on top of this one. Charge is coming out. So, I talked about the SCV pool. I talked about trying to react to the SCV pool from minute 0. Charge coming out first kind of seems to be one of those Protoss reactions isn't the right word, because nothing that Classic has seen has actually told him, it's going to be an SCV pool. But a change of meta has happened, and I think it is because the SCV pool. Some might say it's because of the recharge, which is fair enough. The recharge providing you an instant storm once storm is finished does change the viability of a charge storm build. Fair. But I do think a lot of this is that it's going to kind of negate an SEV pull to an extent. Depending on how fast the storm is and how fast the SEV pull is, we've seen this backfire. We've seen the charge lots not being high enough number and storm not even being done by the time an SEV pool comes. But that's like one of the fastest SEV pools. That's, I think, the 3-1 no starport version that hits as fast as it possibly can. That might kill this. And that's clearly not what Gumiho's doing. Gumiho has gotten a starport. So this hallucination from Classic, constantly checking on that. Classic goes for the charge storm first and foremost. Really solid protection with this timing. And then the third Nexus will come down. What Classic does from here, he can be aggressive with it. He can actually start to scare Gumiho, which, by the way, Gumiho's scouting almost nil at this point. Raven's going to be coming in for a bit of a scout, sees the third Nexus, sees all four. Well, it's going to see that's Templar very, very soon. There it is. So now it knows that it is going to be storm charge. The Raven doesn't die hardly ever to feedbacks anymore, but not being able to throw it on any auto turret makes it a bit useless. And then it might not be available for a point defense drone later on. When Bunny got a Raven, he didn't go for an all-in, but I don't think that's a clear cut. You can't just assume Raven means no all-in. Gumiho could absolutely still be all-inning from this. In Classic, he's not going to try and present himself on the front position. He still has a very lackluster army as far as the size of it. The technology is very good, but the size of it's not really dependable. And he will need to worry about the drops. So Classic staying at home should be in enough time, right? Yep, even cancels the one building. Loses the pylon. Yep, that's not too problematic. I don't know what exactly happened over here. Oh, a Cyclone died. What? A couple of Zealots found a Cyclone. Okay. That Cyclone had done absolutely nothing in this game, and it's like, it's my time to shine! And then it dies. No SCV pull for Gumiho. 3rd CC on location. Ghost Academy's coming down. And this is ideally taking advantage of Classic being safer against an SCV pool. This is sort of what I was talking about with the Bunny series, where Bunny spooked Hero with an SCV pool, so that a game between them ended up looking quite ugly for Hero, because Hero was so over-defensive that his macro game didn't really pan out. And that's hopefully what works out for Gumiho, if you're cheering for Gumiho. And it's kind of seen even by, like, the 3rd CC being on location can be quite bold, but if someone is mostly minding that early SCV pool, then, yeah, being aggressive is not going to happen for a little while. They need more of an army. We're getting to that point, though. Classic could roam the map, try and start to scare Gumiho, look for those beautiful storms, but there are 2 drops that he still needs to worry about. Scouted, I believe, by a building. It scouted something. There should be some type of response. Okay, there's storms as a response. 1 Marine. The sacrificial Marine. 2 medevac going to be locked in the main base. As long as the War Prism is back home, though, Gumiho can't be too upset. It's given him time to further bolster his army, as well as get to those ghosts, which, you know, I don't know what it is. I'm glad to see that Gumiho is going a Ghost Academy this fast. Because so many other TVPs that we've seen, they've really been delaying the Ghost Academy. Usually, I would say the timing that we see is 3rd CC, partially saturated, getting saturated basically, is a good enough economy to get to Ghosts. But a lot of other Terrans have been pushing off Ghosts even further, despite being up against a fast Storm build. And I was like, is that actually good? I don't know. But Gumiho gets a pretty well-timed Ghost Academy. Still doesn't have a protection over on his 3rd CC, because I don't think he was confident. He was not confident defending the 3rd CC against this big old concave that could be coming in. This was a sacrifice, honestly, on Gumiho's part, as the double drop gets obliterated. It is basically dead at this point. Because, yeah. I mean, it's obviously sacrifice. The 3rd CC was killed, and he doesn't get any response to it. But I mean that in, like, he was willing to sacrifice the 3rd CC temporarily to ensure that he didn't die. And so that means there really was no point in which Gumiho had the advantage. Yeah, he's gonna die here. Yeah, not a lot of hype going into this one. And what's really odd about this is that GG's. Classic wins game 1. You know, I was talking about how Gumiho could be kind of leading the game to a certain extent because he's scaring Classic with the potential of an all-in. Classic did respect the idea, went for very fast charge and Storm, delayed his 3rd Nexus, wasn't particularly greedy about his upgrades. You know, we had an upgrade lead for Gumiho right here. And you would think that that would translate into something for the Terran to do, for the Terran to get ahead, maybe economically or maybe get an attack. But unlike what Bunny did, Bunny had a similar game. Hero was scared of an SCV pool, played very defensively, and then did not have enough to defend against Bunny's attack. Bunny went for a lot of bio units. Gumiho not only went for faster Ghost Academy, which in this case I don't think was actually that great, but there's other games where I still feel the Ghost Academy could have been done faster, but maybe this actually wasn't worth it. But I'm more looking at the tanks. I'm more looking at the setup. It is so safe for Gumiho, but to a really like extreme point where we have all these tanks, which actually too many tanks aren't that helpful as the charge lots run in. Yes, they'll maybe capture the storms instead of the EMPs, but if you're going to also get really well-timed ghosts, you need the tanks. Widowmine's obviously a little more helpful against those zealots, but then looking at the amount of bio that he has, I mean, those 5 racks weren't exactly very quick. He's still finishing his 2 additional barracks, so he didn't have a lot of production. And it just felt like the pacing of this game didn't really go according to plan. So here we are back at minute almost 6. Classic does have a typical probe lead. Gumiho... Nope, I don't want to take command. Goes for a double drop that doesn't do anything, which I guess that already kind of hurts him. Okay, so he was thinking of pushing out. This is before he realized it was... No, he knew it was Storm by this point. No, he knew. He kind of pushes out. Decides not to do it. Which... This actually might have been the point where things raveled out of control. Because if the double drop hit with a tank or 2, second tank popped. Obviously, I'd have to come across the map. This isn't a lot, but Storm is powerful, so there's, you know, only so much you can do. Ghost... Oh, the Ghost Academy was actually much faster than I thought. Okay, that's partially my bad then. This Ghost Academy, I would say, is too fast. 3cc, getting saturated was what I said to get the Ghost Academy. So this is much faster than that. And Ghost Academy and Ghost are not cheap. So that is, you know, literally instead of the 4th and 5th barracks faster. The 3rd tank, technically, as well. You know, it's not uncommon to see a 3rd tank, but this is, I think, going to just, like, the greed that could have happened before preparing for the attack, I think, is missing, actually. It's like he was preparing for the attack before he was really settled, but Classic wasn't ready to attack yet. So, okay, I think that's what happened. I think Classic might have respected the SCP pool. He did fail the proxy, to be fair. That did set him off in the beginning. And it's worth noting, but I think that... I don't know if that's what killed him. But, so Classic respects a possible SCV pool. Goes for the build that he does. Isn't incredibly defensive, maybe. You know, the Nexus came down at an okay time. And then Gumiho sees that it's Storm. And then proceeds to turtle. Because he thinks that a charged Storm attack is on the way. And if Classic had done it, had already grabbed the Warp Prism, and was already heading across the map, this would have been a beautiful setup. But Classic did not do that. Classic's Warp Prism is out, and that obviously has scared Gumiho to a certain extent. But Classic doesn't just go for the attack totally on 3 bases, grabs the 4th, continued probing, still ahead by 6. Continues to deny any amount of pressure that Gumiho applies. Still doesn't seem that bad, you know, defensively with a 15 supply deficit. You're like, maybe. The workers have actually evened up at the 4th Nexus. Despite the 4th Nexus, excuse me. Third CC goes down. This still doesn't seem absolutely terrible. This double drop doesn't do anything. We're at a 20 supply deficit. 25. Increasing as 4 probes are being produced at a time. Okay. And then, you know, he doesn't see this incoming attack anyway. I had already called it at this point, which I still think is fair. Because even if he was all types of position, he would have needed, like, a grand... He would have needed his tanks always protected from the Zealots. He would have needed to actually EMP the High Templars. And he's almost 30 army supply down. You can tell I'm kind of bewildered. Just because I feel like it should not have been as easy as it looked for Classic to win this game. But it's not exactly uncommon. This is a decent example of why Gumiho's TVP sometimes makes me very scared for him. Which is that it feels like sometimes he does play too defensive. He plays scared against Protoss. You know, the double drop to kind of tease and scout and whatnot is a good idea. But then there was no teeth earlier on. And maybe there should have been. But I don't think that's for sure. If he had pushed across the map with 2 tanks, Classic might have demolished him. And you'll see this work if you sometimes you catch Maru doing some similar stuff and it seems totally fine. Obviously, this final fight was about as atrocious as you could get for Gumiho. Maybe he could have put up a better one if he was totally prepared, but that just seemed too damn easy for Classic. And I'm not calling it as far as the Protoss versus Terran shenanigans. That pacing felt like it could have been a little better for Gumiho, and it wasn't. I wish I could have something more concrete. On to game number 2. Let's just go. So game number 2 is here. Bottom left Gumiho, top right Classic. Gumiho's plans really didn't work out super well in that game. Probably leading to a more defensive setup as a requirement. If not a requirement, just mentally. Probably set him into a more defensive mood. Because his proxy racks failed, his Raven failed, and his double drop failed. Literally everything that would have had some amount of teeth. The Raven, not a lot, but it can add up, you know. Failed, and then nothing else could really happen afterward. And maybe that really was too much. That counteracted Classic's more defensive setup. And so Classic was able to snowball once things settled, and Gumiho, maybe if he had, as I said, had an appropriate defense in the final battle, it would have been a little more what if, but it seemed like he was already pretty dead by the time his third CC had to lift. Certainly what would have happened if Gumiho had survived to that third CC. Classic was on his way to Colossus, Disruptors, probably double upgrades. 4th Nexus was going to be saturated very, very soon. Like, I don't think Gumiho actually wins that game at any point. But at least it would have continued. But it was a very rough game for Gumiho overall. To have everything you ever try fail, it's pretty rough. A little less rough if you were doing something really greedy, like a 3CC. But that was not what he was doing. 3rd CC was on location. Thought that was a little bold, but good. And even that did not end up helping as much as anticipated. Hopefully this next game goes a little smoother. Classic gets a scout, sees that it is a 1-Rax expand, the command center on the high ground. Pretty respectful of any early game shenanigans, which I don't think Classic is the most well known for, but, you know, Protoss can do it. And I was going to say, Classic might be of the mood that he is a better standard player. He changes his mind, actually. So the Sentry openers would be the safest thing you could possibly do. And I do think the Sentry first might be unnecessary, considering what you scouted. You got a very thorough scout with the probe right there. So you could probably do Sentry 2nd or even 3rd, maybe. And then, yeah, the Twilight Council comes out at a better time for that as well. So that's a good change up for him. But regardless, the point is like a sentry coming out as part of your beginning trio is going to keep you pretty safe. And then if you don't think you need it, then you don't think you need it. Fair enough. But 1-Rax expand into the 1/1/1. Pretty typical and without a ton of potential pressure. Well, theoretically. Theoretically. If this is just a Wood of Mine drop, not that big of a deal. If this is just a Cyclone Marine drop, not a big deal. If this is going to be some super early attack, maybe this actually did go into a 3-1. Again, not a 1/1/1, which technically Classic did not see the starport. Maybe you should be a little concerned about that. The Adepts are going to be able to see exactly what's going on. Just saw Reactor and I think maybe the Tech Lab, but the Tech Lab is kind of a nice scout, actually. Yeah, it kind of is. That confirms that it's not a Wood of Mine drop, I believe. I mean, 9 times out of 10, the Wood of Mine drop build does not include the Tech Lab. Tech Lab comes after the 2 Wood of Mines. But anyway, considering Gumiho's favoritism towards the Cyclone, that's a pretty good guess. And then maybe a tank. But if you get a tank first, either trying to go up for an attack, which is kind of scary, or you're playing really defensive from early on, which wouldn't be the best. The double Cyclone, the first one popping out, sending across the map. Second one could come across as well. Might be a little more than Classic is actually ready to handle. He did go for that sentry eventually. Wasn't in too big of a hurry to get the hallucination out. And now it's going to have to try and, use a Guardian Shield to actually be useful, but it was already locked on, so not the best sentry usage. Cyclone, though, very low to getting down. Gumiho decides to save it. He does have a second Cyclone, and this still looks good for the push. Even though one of your Cyclones is near death, I would say this still looks good. That third Nexus came down lickety-split. So this is a 2-gate third Nexus, something that Gumiho would pick up on. Knowing that there's not going to be a lot of production, continuing to pressure with your units is a good idea. More, even Marines running across the map. Why not? Trying to find that damage. Pylon goes down, so you can't build the shield battery ASAP. Medivac is targeted, does not get taken. And one Stalker was sacrificed for not finding it. But this will still be enough. Gumiho forced to flee. The overall push, go into a bit of harassment, loses the Medivac. Cyclone might grab 2 probes. 2 probes, exactly. Follow-up is into a Banshee, but then also a third CC. And this is what Classic would really love to scout. But the Sentry did die, which basically, let's just call it Sentry Hallucination. The Sentry did die. Gonna need to replace it and recharge it, which I'm not sure he has a recharge available. In the main base he does. And I think you do want to maybe expedite the scout to a certain extent. The Stalkers, oh my god, they tried to run forward for a little counter harassment, and that was a complete failure. Found the Raven by the looks of things, but weren't enough Stalkers to one-shot it. So the Cyclone was there, a couple Marines were there, and the auto turret was there. The Banshee is still unknown. First Banshee popping out now means that Classic has a good chance to get the scout. There's the hallucination, in fact, so that is a good timed hallucination. You see that moving and grooving, you know, at this stage. Is that on purpose? I don't know if that's a fake or something, but that it's not Interference Matrix, just because Interference Matrix has really gotten out of this meta. Which is a little interesting. You would still think it's pretty powerful, as cheap as it is, as fast building as it is, and if you are going to have a Tech Lab anyway, for the Raven, it's kind of interesting that it just got completely canned by Terrans in the pro meta. But it did. And so seeing it being researched now is a little surprising. One thing I will say is that now that Protoss have so many charged Storm games, the likelihood of the Interference Matrix being useful is down compared to a previous meta we had where it was always Colossus 100%, nothing else is allowed. So that might be the reason that it fell off. But we're getting it now. Unfortunately, it is not going to be Colossus. Classic is going into Storm and Charge, and Gumiho might be a little sad about that, because Gumiho saw a 2-gate third Nexus with Blink and might just be hoping that it is a very typical macro game. The Blink Stalkers into the Colossus, into the third CC push that we see so many times in a typical TVP macro game that bullies this particular area. Tanks help out, Vikings are desperately being made to help, concaves are essential, third CC lifts, they try and go for it. We see that all the time. You add an Interference Matrix to it, and I can see that being a big difference, but that's not what is actually happening. Banshees had kind of an off timing, so despite them being scouted, Classic is a little less than prepared. A shield battery only protects you against 1 Banshee, not 2. And the Observer was out of place, and he only built 1 Observer. Off timings, man. They work. He didn't just wait for the second Banshee. I think he waited even a bit longer beyond that. So 7 probes is a pretty good start for 2 Banshees. You definitely want to save them, which, yeah, the Observer wasn't there. It wasn't hotkeyed, I think. I think he thought it was hotkeyed, like in his main army. And it wasn't. So all I did was alert the Banshees, leading to Gumiho being able to save them. That's a little unfortunate. They could be saved. They could be saved in the corner. And they should be saved. This is a threat that Classic has to keep in mind whenever he moves out onto the map. Now, Gumiho, what scouting has he actually done here? He does not see the Templar archives, and he does not see the lack of a robotics bay, so he might still be under the impression that there's going to be Colossus. Because he didn't see all these Zealots either. Did he see the High Templars? I don't recall. I'm not sure that he did. Oh, decision change. Not going to go for the double forward. Doesn't like the scenario he's in. Just going to go for the single one. This is a wall. These are tanks. Anti-armor missile. Double Raven. Got an interference matrix on a High Templar, a Sentry, and the Warp Prism. I have not seen that. Already, it was a poorer attack than you would usually want with the wall setup. But the Ravens... not just immediately getting slam dunked, 2 Ravens, first of all, but then not immediately getting slam dunked by the feedback? I haven't seen that in a little while. No, those are some brutal storms, though. 10 SCVs do go down. Warp Prism now in the main. It's going to have some trouble taking care of a single Cyclone, to be honest. Yeah, the Warp Prism's going to die for it. That single Cyclone, what a hero. 2 High Templars also die because of that. Not worth it to go in the main base, gotta say. 10 SCVs is not worth all of that was lost. Classic can't really fully retreat right now, but he also can't really push in. I think he knows that as well. He just needs to buy time, buy pressure to get his 4th base saturated. It was, now it's not. Banshees come in, kill 6, almost 6 more probes, and then also his 5th. Classic is getting a 5th on the way. So he's getting that up to, and a 6th. Okay. That's some aggressive expanding coming out of a Protoss player. But Gumiho has shown nothing but signs of turtling. The Classic has been forced to pull back entirely, and this is where maybe Gumiho would unsiege and would move across the map. I don't think it'd be a terrible idea. The one big problem for Gumiho right now is his lack of medevac. He spent so much time on the tech lab for the starport, but his medevac count is very, very low. Also, he does not have Ghosts. He has not yet built a Ghost Academy. So, as big as that army looks, and look how many Marauders are in that. That is a chunky army, even without the medevac healing. It is, I understand, too dangerous to move out. The Storms, if they're tracking you the entire time, which now they would be, would eventually kill all these Marauders. Take a little while, but it would happen. 4th CC on location at this point, turning into a planetary. Classic did not set his sights in that direction, so he does not get an opportunity to even get that, cancel and lift. So that's a kind of seamless progression for Gumiho, who has been able to really turtle. He's going to have 2/2 drilling claws, +1 for his tanks, surprisingly. 5th CC on the way for a little bit of SimCity as well. But Classic, I think, really had an appropriate response to the scenario. Gumiho was shown all the signs of someone who was going to stay at home. And so he just was like, you're going to stay at home? Fine. I am going to double expand. Now is that his, what base? What 7th base is on the way? So many bases. Disruptors are here, which, getting a canceled 5th is about as much as you could expect from that, I would say. But Disruptors are here. Gonna need some better shots to really help out. I would not at all mind seeing Colossus still. I think Classic decided to go for Disruptors, wanting their, well, not quite one-shot potential as we know nowadays, but still almost one-shot potential over the sustained damage of the Colossus, because this is a chunky army with a good number of tanks, and getting the Colossus close and keeping them close without them dying would be difficult. But I don't know if I would mind it in a scenario where he had time to perfect his army. Classic has not had that time. Classic is going to be pushed finally as Gumiho. He's almost maxed out himself. Looks like a storm drop once again onto that 3rd base. 13 SCVs do go down, but Classic, not being able to track this army, was not able to whittle it down. Storms weren't being put down. Stalkers weren't microing against the Marauders. Disruptors weren't trying to get shots. And now, forced into this really awkward base trade. I'm not sure this is going to look for Classic. Planetary will fall. How as long as it could with an SCV repair. But it will fall. But Classic is losing bases as well. Now, Classic has yet to use his production, but the production should be or Gumiho goes to next. These robos need to go down. The gateways need to go down. Need to find if there's any Dark Shrine being set up all sneaky deaky. I mean, this is a really tough scenario for both players. Gumiho making sure to spread out his army a little bit, not going to let Classic just get away with rebuilding elsewhere or just accumulating a lot of minerals. Recall does happen over to this would-be 5th base, I guess you would call it. That is going to save it, but then the base on the left side is going to go down. All the gateways are put here as well. Main base now under fire. Robos weren't targeted, funnily enough, but I think Gumiho knows he could kill anything that pops out of it in time anyway. Tanks are siege, and Classic will not be able to break his own main base. Does he have to break his own main base? I think eventually, yes. Eventually you would like to. But I don't think he can, actually. And so maybe just taking the damage and hoping that buys enough time to rebuild elsewhere is the better call. And Classic seems to have determined that it is the better call. I think he was kind of moving as if he was going to try and cover it, but no shot, no shot. So Classic loses all but 2 bases, but they are the healthy bases, although this one also could be going down. 1 High Templar, not even controlled, doesn't even get a storm off. Means that this Nexus will be falling. Classic, completely out of position, was going back on the offensive. It's such a tough game. It is such a tough game. Classic, maybe what could have improved the situation here is actually just sending maybe 5 Zealots across the map to get a read on what is happening, and then leaving his army back at home, but... Oh, very, very tough game. Forced into this base race. The main base of Classic entirely gone. Goodbye. Upgrades for Classic stalled out at 2-2 as the forges have gone down. Well, they should go down. Gumiho going to be able to finish that 3-3 because his engineering bays are in the main, which they aren't always. But now we have Gumiho on 1 base, Classic on 1 base. Army supplies favoring Classic. Upgrades are not. Classic also does not have a... Wait, no. 8 High Templars. Whoa. Okay, no, he does have a lot of AoE. I was looking at his main army, which had no High Templars, but these High Templars are waiting. They want to get a couple of great shots. This is such a chonky army. They're going to need to, yes, exactly, get so close to killing 2 more Marauders. They're going to need a lot of storms to kill the Marauders, especially as you do have a good number of medevacs at this point, although they are getting drained of their energy. 1 High Templar fell, but the Warp Prism tracking the army is a nice tool. It's also a very fragile tool. A lot of this game could depend on this Warp Prism, man. 2 Ravens still in action, by the way. Interference Matrix on that Warp Prism could be the death sentence for Classic as he gets a feedback on a medevac. Every medevac counts. Still a good number. But Classic, oh, he's not even going to chip away. He's just going to go for it. He is going for it. The tanks have unsieged. The Marauders are contained. And the storm was beautiful. Big pickup happens. Gumiho tries to get the hell out of there. But we had ourselves a big problem for Gumiho. Gumiho does not have a mobile army. Classic's army is incredibly mobile. The Zealots are mobile, the Blink Stalkers are mobile, and with the Warp Prism, every other unit is as well. High Templar, Disruptors, even the Sentry could be picked up. If really necessary. 3rd CC is going to go down. Liberator is being made as Gumiho tries to figure a way out of this. But he is down to 1 CC. Classic rebuilding his Nexus once again. Scan in the bottom right. I don't think Gumiho knew about that until that scan. I'm gonna check. He did not. He did not know about this bottom right base. He was so mindful of sending a squadron of units to every base he thought was taken, but he didn't know about the bottom right. Because he might have sent 4 Marauders over there before there was an attempted defense. This would put it into a weird base race scenario, but if Classic has a Nexus, he's mining. If he's mining, he can get another Nexus. If he's mining off 2 Nexus, he can rebuild his production. Gumiho's true base race option, now off the table to a certain extent, means that he has to eventually take the direct fights, which he clearly is not going to win, even losing more medevacs, losing all of his tanks as well. They are goners. No, the Stalker. Oh, he didn't pick up the tanks. They were so close to being saved, but the feedback came in anyway. So ultimately, that was never going to be saved. Gumiho, he's running out of options. He's got no answer to the storms. He's kind of also never had an answer to the Zealots, to be honest. His answer would have been some type of wall. You know, if he had transplanted all of his buildings over here and then walled the natural and had tanks and, you know, bio and whatever, that would have been... Oh, no, he even runs into the army. Oh. Well, that is it, isn't it? That was a very ugly fight. Into the welcoming arms of the Zealots we go. Those Zealots are getting quite injured, but can they actually die? We are back to that wall scenario. SCVs, sorry, buddies, you're all dead. Wait a second. That's a lot of Marauders left over. The Zealots have really been thinned out. The Storms are not going to be able to kill all these Marauders. They need something besides the Storms to kill them. Theoretically, Disruptor left behind. Hold on. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Those Zealots, they got the wraparound, but the pickup saved the day. There were no Stalkers to punish the medevac pickup, and the Storms, the feedbacks weren't there. And then the feedbacks would not have killed any of these medevacs anyway. Gumiho saves a lot of Marauders, and we're talking about a small army versus a small army. Medevac Marauder is actually very, very good. Classic is still in a lot of trouble, comes in with a couple of Storms, getting these units low but not quite dead, and nothing is quite getting that death blow. More Storms. Finally digging into the Marauder counts. Another one's gonna kill 2 more Marauders. Classic barely holding on with the last few Storms. No Archon was merged, but the Storms might do it? The Stalker numbers are so low. Zealot's coming in right now, trying to kill all the medevacs that are super low from earlier. A Zealot tries to get the tank, but it's saved with a micro. How many times does Gumi find himself in this position? How many times? Tank goes down, 2 medevacs to live. Widowmine fires, gets the shot. Injured units. Doesn't quite kill them, but oh my god. 15 army supply to 13 at this point as the feedback, or as the medevac comes, gets torn down. Widowmine is going to be seen, is going to get a shot. No, it isn't. Nice save there from the Warp Prism. Observer almost went down, which would have been a disaster, but not a big enough one because Gumiho was entirely out of mining, entirely out of army, and Classic does win this game. But oh my god, that got so close. What the hell? How many games does Gumiho find himself in like that? What is about Gumiho that makes him play these games? Oof. For a nail-biter of Game 2, we now have Classic. 1 win away from heading to the finals. In the bottom left, it's Classic. Top right, it is Gumiho. What a game. What a game. Interesting, really, almost from start to finish. The start was kind of normal-ish, but we had that Cyclone Micro on the 3rd base. Then we had the double Raven play, which I thought was geared toward the Colossus play that is so typical in a 3-base versus 3-base gentleman's kind of game that happens. And it still might have been. It might have been, I think he's going to go Colossus will be useful. But maybe not. Because Storm has come into the meta so much, Gumiho might have just thought instead, well, either way, it's useful. Either way. Either it deals with the Colossus to a certain extent, or it can take out the Warp Prism, which is going to be ferrying around the Storms. Which I would say is still very dangerous, to be clear. I don't think that's necessarily a solid plan against Storm Charge. Because the Ravens, you get 2 Ravens, you get 2 Banshees too, right? That delay on the medevacs is pretty big. You are not able to be aggressive until that medevac count climbs, which led to Classic having that many bases to begin with. It also can be feedbacked. And the mobility of the Warp Prism versus the Raven, the Warp Prism wins. The Raven has a really fatal flaw in it. Well, it's got 2 flaws in it. One, it takes priority on your hotkeys, which is actually a concern, believe it or not. You might laugh and be like, well, Terrans need to just get good. That is a legitimate concern. Whenever you box select your army and the Raven is in it, you have to tab to stim. And that is a split second that could kill you. Second thing is that his acceleration sucks. That is really what it is. I think they did boost the Raven's speed at some point because everything has had its speed boosted in StarCraft 2. That's what it feels like anyway. But the acceleration has always been the real thorn in the Raven. Because you will have to react quickly, and your Marines, especially stimmed, they're zipping out of there. Marauders, ditto. Even Ghost acceleration, their turn rate, it's fine. But a Raven, it's like, well, hold on a second. And then it finally moves. And that's when it dies to a Queen. That's when it dies to a Hydra. That's when it dies to the High Templar feedback. So, you know, the Raven's a really cool idea, but to call it dependable, I wouldn't call it dependable. Not against High Templars. But against Colossus, there's very little that can try and kill it efficiently, I guess. Talking a lot about that. I haven't really touched on this game so much so let's do that. Factory expand from Gumiho, 2 Reapers out. Kind of bothering this Adept, stopping it from being able to go across the map confidently to get that scout. Right now, Classic assumes it's a factory expand. Because there was a second supply depot. We have seen a couple of players trick Protoss with a second supply depot, which I always enjoy. But 9 times out of 10, it is a factory expand. Question, though, what type of factory expand? At this point, the 2 Reapers might have been a little scary because it could have been a follow-up 3rd Reaper and a couple of Hellions. But at this point, I think Classic knows that it's not follow-up Hellions. He had a defense to it if it was. Shield battery on the front, a little bit of a wall going on. But it's not. And so if it's not Hellions, is it just going to be Cyclones? The answer is yes. Hallucination's going to get the confirmation on that. And it's also a good prediction when you're facing Gumiho, who kind of is the Cyclone guy right now. Everyone talks about it in TVZ, of course, but you know, even when it comes to these early Terran builds, feels like he does like the Cyclones. And a lot of people do, so it's not really totally particular to him. Stalker in a little more trouble because the Cyclone came forward. Classic doesn't have a proper fighting army. Similar situation to last game. The Stalker Adept Sentry opener is a what's called a clever trio of units, but not exactly your battle trio of units. But he's getting there. And what Gumiho is currently scouting with this little push is a 2-base Protoss. 2-base Protoss often leads to Charge Storm. Most likely in today's meta. So Gumiho's kind of already got the scout on that, I would say. Starport's coming down for Gumiho, so no Starport builds from him as of yet. And this is his potential last game here. No ICV pools in general. Which I was expecting at least one. I definitely expected Gumiho to do some more early game pushes. And that has also been surprisingly lacking. He's been trying to get into this more turtle mode. Now, Classic... So I've been saying the Storm Charge opener can be a really good response to SEV pools, and I think that is still true. But I think by now, he might be less wary of an SEV pool with the way that this best of 5 has been kind of conditioning him. He still wants to go for it, and that is because it doesn't just only defend against the SEV pool. The first game, he was fine. The SEV pool didn't happen. He had a delayed 3rd Nexus. His forges weren't particularly fast. He didn't actually attack, and that actually worked out fine for him because Gumiho was kind of scared of him. And you can be scary with Charge Storm. It does need a little bit of time to get really good, though. Storm is good, but we need a few more units. You can see Gumiho a little more courageous with his first batch. Still has these 2 Cyclones that are very healthy. The Storm, not quite done. Gumiho picks up on that. Very dangerous to do as a Terran player, honestly, but he picks up on it. Zealots are being made. This is where that small amount of Zealots just really doesn't do a lot for you. Especially with the Cyclones getting the lock on and chasing them down as they try to retreat. But Storm is finally done, and this is now where I think Classic can make the hold. It might be a bit of an ugly hold, though. You can see if he dodged the Storm, there's not much else here. But the number is growing. 6 gateways are now done. Classic did not miss a beat on the macro, so this is a good enough defense, but Gumiho is not letting up, and I actually really like this by Gumiho. If Gumiho can continue picking off units, or maybe even drawing Classic to chase after him, he might be able to take a decent fight. Storms on their own aren't really enough to end the game. I know that last game it was, but that was also a very unique game. Oftentimes, Storm is not enough. Charge lots need to get in there and actually get the last swipes. Charge lots need to get on top of the tanks. Stalkers need to focus fire the Cyclone and the Medivacs. Whatever. Warp Prism sharking around for the good storms to start off a battle, but Gumiho is equally aware of this. Still doesn't have those combat shields, so his Marines are extra vulnerable. Liberators came from behind. Hello? Liberators coming in on the backside was a surprise to me and Classic, who, by the way, is starting to run low on these storms. Couple more in the Warp Prism. Split at the last second here from Gumiho. He is running out of his own units, to be fair. Cyclone's somehow still alive as the tanks are the focus right now as the Zealots try and kill them. They kill 0. Actually, they didn't kill either tank. Liberators did go down, but 2 tanks survive. A Cyclone survives. Repair would probably be likely. 3rd CC being taken on location behind this aggression, too. I really like Gumiho's aggression here. If he had mismicroed or not split or done something really silly, like just push blindly into this, well, it maybe isn't very good. But I think that was a perfect control push, where you really are just looking to control the Protoss, keep them a little suppressed, and take advantage of the fact that their gateways haven't pumped out 1 billion Zealots yet. It's a risky game, and I would not advise it if you weren't very good with Terran. But I actually really like that from Gumiho. Especially after so many of the previous games, he really did not have a lot of pressure. Just a couple of the Cyclones, maybe a Medivac. The double Medivac drop in the first game was nothing. But that one, that was something. That was really good. Classic was suppressed on probes for a long time. Now he's finally getting back to building probes, so he's up by 5. But that's not actually what you want. When the Terran is throwing down 3 mules, it's about 4 SCVs per mule and blah, blah, blah. You want to be up more like 8 at least. And the 4th Nexus is only halfway done, too. Also, the upgrades. Oh, Gumiho doesn't have just 1 upgrade lead. He has 2 upgrade leads. Classic, very delayed on the upgrade. Now in some trouble as the 4th Nexus has been canceled. Decides to go for the attack. Now we're getting ourselves into yet another base trade scenario. Tiny army tucks itself in the back. Ends up taking a few Zealots before finally the storms show up, forcing them to flee. But this is like staggering the defense, which is really effective, I think, against the storms. First, the natural has to be broken, then the main has to be broken. No Liberators on the way, which would have been extremely helpful. But that Ghost, oh my god, that Ghost just got all of the storms. He didn't get the 2 in the Warp Prism, but that was a lot of storms taken away, and he still has an EMP in his pocket, looking to use it at the right moments. Couple of units popping out, couple of Widow Mines popping out. Gumiho looking for the hold in the main base while attacking into Classic's natural EMP hit one of the High Templars, not the second one. 2 storms come down. Archons are now also available, and they will be able to stick in this main base. Very tanky units without the EMP to help out. Warp Prism providing just a few more Zealots, and just a few more because Classic is losing everything back at home. He will not be able to produce any more Zealots. He is building a Nexus over on Gumiho's side of the map in a very awkward position. Gumiho got his production camped, and that is going to be it for his production too because of that. But even this 1 Viking, if it survives, oh, this 1 Viking is going to be a fucking hero. Oh, wait for it. Come on, Viking. Oh, that Warp Prism is so low. Go for it. Go for it! I know you want to. That Warp Prism is going to die. That Viking gets saved. Gumiho also not being taken care of back at Classic Space. Nothing was there to defend by the looks of it. Everything was on the other side of the map for Classic, so that means that Classic wasn't chipping away at some of these units. The probes, usually not very good at chipping away right there. 65 probes, every last one almost for Classic go down. Blinking lights every which way that we look. Both players' productions camped, torn apart, dead. But Gumiho was able to save more units. He actually somewhat defended at home. Classic had to give up Zealots. He had to give up High Templars. His Warp Prism is in extreme danger. And it did go down! Damn it! When did it go down? There it is! There it is! Look at this Viking! Oh, I told you he was going to be a hero. He did it. The Viking. Oh, yeah. Command Center did go down, to be fair. But the Warp Prism out of this, so useful. So good. And Gumiho even saved a Medivac full of units. He brought it over here in a very injured Medivac. And that is just enough to ensure victory, I think. An 18 army supply lead with an upgrade lead as well. Storms and Archons are kind of a good set of units, though. 1 EMP. Maybe 2. Continuing to accumulate energy. Gumiho was able to save some production, and the Archons are not the best at killing that production. They're slow, they got T-Rex arms, blah, blah, blah. That means that Gumiho is going to have 2 bases. One orbital flying over, another one being built. He's going to have his Ghost Academy somehow. That didn't go down. 2 barracks. So this one's going to burn. So 1 barracks. He's got a 1-1-1. We're back to the first 5 minutes of this game. He's got a 1-1-1, guys. Good enough. Classic. He should... I feel like he should try and at least get this to burning. Oh, because he doesn't know where the army is. I think he's wary of losing 1 or 2 Archons to a snipe. Which is fair. Oh my god, that rock just saved that medevac's life. Ugh. Gumiho was looking to use that medevac, I guess, for a little bit of scouting. It was the most dangerous medevac to use for scouting, though. Because the feedback would have done tremendous damage to it. Obviously, it would kill it at this point. So, technically it did scout. It did survive. Sees that the Nexus is there. Knows approximately what the army of the Protoss looks like. Gumiho still has so much in the way of structures. Classic was not able to really truly finish the job of a base trade. Letting a Ghost Academy stand, letting Supply Depot stand. Even this engineering bay providing a missile turret could be extremely helpful, although the Warp Prism's already dead, so... Never mind. But yeah, these are usually buildings that are taken down in a base trade that individually you don't highlight, but when you look at the supply cap, you're like, oh, well, that's 600 minerals. I need to go into even starting to build an army again. And that's a big delay that could then give Classic a glimmer of hope to getting to his own building army. We know that he has 3 probes and Gumiho has 26 SCVs, though, so that's... The glimmer of hope would be false, but at least it would have been there. Actually, Classic is bothering to send some Zealots over. Yeah, I think this is worth it. Gonna kill those last few supply depots and force Gumiho to continue spending. But Gumiho is gonna have a 2-base economy soon, so... He also could call down supply. Wouldn't be a bad idea to give extra supply to your wall. Extra health to your wall. Observer is free-floating. I don't know if Gumiho heard that. He could scan it, or he could EMP it. If he knew about it, it would absolutely be worth either one. So I just don't think he knows about it. And the Viking could kill it, obviously. The Widowmine could kill it. Everything could kill it. This Observer is brazen as heck. It is a very, very, very useful Observer. Can't ask for much more. See that the Terran army is building again. What it doesn't see is that the main base is also building. Classic, trying to rebuild off of what was 3 probes. He's up to 7 now. Medevac number 2, trying to get that kind of scouting plus harassment. Scans the Rich Vespian Geyser base. That's a good sign. It's not taken. It still doesn't... The last game, he did not know about that corner base. And I could see him being pretty scared of that possibility. But I think as a Terran on 2 base and a base trade chaotic game, even if they had a corner base... I think you'd still be kind of optimistic. It's going to become clearer and clearer that Gumiho is just ahead in this game. Classic will have already realized that because he knows that there's a 1 base fully saturated and his base is not. So, gotta mine out this mineral patch for taking the Rich Vespian, but that will be helpful eventually. Another pylon goes down. Classic having to afford pylons too is an issue for him. Scan finally reveals that Observer. And now Classic is totally blind. So he has no idea when Gumiho will move out. He can't try and predict the EMPs. And there's going to be so many of them. That Ghost Academy was even repaired. Oh, well, I don't think that's what kills Classic, but it would have been worthy to kill it. He finds the army in transition, but his army is so low. Gumiho's like, that's it? Really? All right, then. I gotta dodge away from the storms a little bit, but that is game. Gumiho not gonna go down without fights. We're headed to game 4. You were there today? No spoilies. Imagine you're living up the nightlife in Korea. Good for you. Game 4 is going to be on Maganata. In the bottom right, it is Classic, and the top left, it is Gumiho. I try very hard not to be spoiled. I do not watch GSL anymore. I generally avoid Twitter. But to be honest, sometimes I do see something. And so sometimes I have some knowledge, but not all knowledge. Sometimes I'll see, like, who won, or sometimes I'll see, you know, discussion about a really cool, interesting strategy. But generally, I manage to avoid it. So Classic looks to be in fine form against Gumiho. I know that last game was Gumiho's, but I mean, and that previous base trade also could have gone the way of Gumiho. Clearly, Classic is not having the easiest best of 5 of his life. But now, still up 1. Choices are a little bit more favored to him, you could say. He has been liking that solid Adept, Stalker, Sentry trio opener. It's given him a decent amount of scouting, an okay amount of defense as well. Don't forget that last game, as hype as that base trade was, one of the reasons that it was kind of forced was that Classic had a real problem defending his third. I know that sounds odd because his third was not really what was in trouble, but the third base portion of the game was troublesome for Classic. Being at such a low overall supply, Gumiho kept on applying that aggression, and that's, I think, what really made that game great for Gumiho, in my opinion. That's the type of Terran play that you want to see, where it's dangerous, but if it's controlled appropriately, that's how you can punish that build, that style of play from Classic. The Classic doesn't have to go for that. Classic has seen nothing but 3 CCs from Gumiho in this entire best of 5. So Classic could throw out a very typical 2-gate third expansion, as he did in Game 2. But if you really want to play it safe, generally a 3-gate. And then that is, of course, an option. Twilight Council is coming down, but we will have to wait and see if it is Charge or Blink. Gumiho has gone for the command center, bunker there to help protect it, and a second barracks, actually. So not a 1-1-1. Could this be finally the SCV pool? 3-gate? 3 barracks? 1 factory? I think that also attacks really fast. Classic did not go for a sentry. He went for a triple stalker. So this really points to Blink, and there you have it. It is Blink. Something that Gumiho could theoretically pick up on as well. He's going to get in there with the Reapers. He gets the Twilight Council. Again, can't quite 100% confirm that's Blink until you see that many stalkers or see Blink in action, I guess. The Gumiho's got to know that both are possibilities. Looks like it should be a 2-on-1, actually. We do have enough gas. Waiting for the starport money. Yeah, it's going to be a 2-on-1. From Gumiho. It's going to go for the 5-minute double drop. 2 drops really did not phase Classic at all in Game 2. And technically that might have been an even better situation. It always depends on scouting and positioning and acknowledgement of the build and all that. But theoretically, Storm Charge can have some difficulties, let's say, tracking and truly punishing the Medivacs. You get 2 Medivacs to the left. The Storms are split inappropriately. Inappropriately sounds like it's rude or something, but you know what I mean. It's not split correctly. Double Medivac drop in the main. And then the Zealots are running every which way, not taking efficient fights. Storms aren't in position. The Stalkers are guaranteed to respond quickly and ideally get the Medivacs as well, whereas feedback is almost always short of killing them. This is the point I'm trying to make. And on that point, that's why I'm like, well, he knows it's a 2-1-1. Classic got hallucination in there. He knows the medevac timing. He really should not be surprised by double medevacs, and he should have the ability to even kill them which is really scary. Gumiho should know at this point that it is Blink, because I think he's seen a good number of Stalkers. Doesn't know about the third Nexus timing exactly, but it was a 2-gate third Nexus, so about as greedy as you can get. But since you know it's a 2-1-1 and nothing more nefarious, oh my god, the medevacs are found. Already injuring one below half health is excellent. That is already so good. Classic deciding to go aggressive against this was a pretty smart decision. There is that time where the medevacs are not quite out and your Stalkers can be aggressive. But you don't necessarily want to lose track of the two medevacs. Hallucination is what's tracking them currently. Having known that, Gumiho can't really feel confident about moving in, because while some Stalkers are on the aggression, he doesn't know if there's a lot of Stalkers being built back at home, especially because he still doesn't really know. Well, I guess now he knows it was a 2-gate, but there you go. Tons of Stalkers we built back at home. Yeah, you just can't do the two medevacs. I think the recall happened. That's what happened. Still, point is, recall, Stalker numbers, it's good enough. Gumiho's 2-1-1, not going to find any success whatsoever. And what does he do now? He has enough minerals for a third CC, so that should be what's happening. And perhaps on location? Yes, there's the SCV going for it. So no SCV pulls in this game. In this series. Charge on the way. Colossus! Good old Colossus. Where have you been, guys? That is just the old standard. It's the person you marry who you know is going to be just an okay partner in life. I'm sorry, I'm kidding. But seriously, Colossus they're pretty dependable. And the charge ideally comes in to help out against any amount of tanks that be causing you trouble. And we don't have a lot. We just have the one tank, actually. Just enough to maybe defend in case Blink Stalkers are aggressive, but not much more than that. One Stalker gets traded out. Two Stalkers get traded out. Nice focus fire there from Gumiho. The Stalkers are tracking this army, and that is really what is important, though. Unless, like, 6 Stalkers die, and then that's just terrible micro. But 2 Stalkers given up for a couple of pot shots, tracking the army, delaying the army, buying all that time for charge to finish, Colossus to be out, shield battery was already prepared. Gumiho knows that he can't do very much here. Once again, upgrades are going to be a bit of an issue for Classic, who does not expedite them in any of these games. But at least a Forge is on the way, so Gumiho will have this upgrade lead for some time. Not unusual. 4th and 5th barracks on the way too, as the 3rd CC is finishing up on the 3rd. Stalkers, no Zealots being set up for the run-by. Double Forge, gonna make up for that timing. I think this is a pretty comfortable position for Protoss. They are not being attacked. They have not been in trouble. They have a good number of Colossus at this point. And all they need to do is make sure they know where the army is coming in from, which Stalker is doing because we don't have any observers. He actually skipped observers, went immortal into the Colossus. Meaning he does need something to detect, and that's why the Stalker was there. Zealots! So when the army moves out, the Zealots move in. That's how life works. And while the Natural has some great defense, the 3rd does not. So at the very least, a lot of delayed mining time. Attack on the front for Gumiho also does not seem to be working, although he just makes a very bold decision to go into the main base, so maybe it could still work. Tank is not included, however, so that siege on the high ground isn't going to be as effective as you would like. Still going to siege up on the low ground and try and cover to a certain extent. Forge goes down, and that was the farthest along upgrade, so not bad at all, actually. Gumiho saving all of the armies so far, just giving Classic the runaround. Classic also supply blocks, so can't be reinforcing currently. Another pylon goes down, but now he has split his army more appropriately, coming in from 2 different angles. Gumiho not going to be able to go for the hippity-hop all this time, and just tucks his units into a corner. 3rd CC was delayed from mining the entire time. How many SCVs went down? 6, that's really not bad. That's not bad, but a lot of lost mining time. Thankfully, the 2nd Forge was prepared, so we have a quick transition back over into that +1, because Classic is currently the only problem that I think he really has is going to be the lack of upgrade. Technically, the 4th base also isn't the most comfortable timing for Protoss either. But with the Terran's 3rd having been lifted for so long, it's... I feel like you're gonna be okay, although it's killed, not canceled. So never mind. Now that could be another big problem for Classic. Gumiho looking to take advantage of a small army fight for Classic. Classic had half of his army in the main, prepared to deal with a drop. You need to be very, very careful. You split your army when they're attacking you with 100%, and you could die. You don't split your army, and they are splitting up their army, then you could also take a lot of damage. So it's difficult, especially when you don't have an observer tracking the army 100%. One observer was finally made, but it's on the offensive. It's checking out where the reinforcements are going. Zealots tried to come in, killed 4 SCVs, were taken care of, and now Classic does need to be a bit concerned about a situation. Now, if he retains his army, which so far he's been doing well enough, then the slow process of building up the foundation can happen. He will get to a 4th. He might even get very quickly to a 5th. And then also those upgrades will eventually finish. There is a big delay on Terran upgrades as you wait for the armory and the second engineering bay. War Prism providing some scouting and harassment. Time buying as well, though the Vikings are on its tail. It's got that speed, though. It's got that speed. Yeah, recall is probably a good choice. You can see that it almost still went down, though. 5 SCVs went down. War Prism was recalled. That's why we had to blink over on the 3rd. Classic decided to opt for the more aggressively placed 4th, which is interesting. It does mean that his 4th is no longer the bouncing off point to the main. But I think that's where his 5th is going to go anyway. And I think his 5th is going to be much quicker. Yeah, he's preparing for it. I would say pretty typical response to a scenario like this, where you've managed to get a good army, one that will save you with Defender's Advantage as the Protoss, yet you have trouble getting to your 4th. Just like a 5th faster as well. And most StarCraft 2 maps accommodate 4th, 5th defenses still pretty well. It does spread your army out a little bit more, of course, but it seems like it's going fine. Gumiho not getting any type of forward punch alongside all of these little drops is not necessarily capitalizing on the aggression from earlier. Resources lost, very, very similar. Let's check the income. Oh, wow. Classic? You know, I thought his 3rd or his 4th Nexus being later was going to be more of an issue, because Gumiho did get back to mining on his 3rd CC. And I want to say that happened 2 or 3 minutes ago. And maybe that's when he spiked. But you can see that Classic is now super winning the economy. So was not in as much trouble in that department as I thought he would be. Also, the upgrades have been recovered. Now they are going to be pretty much even with Gumiho. I like that Classic's adding in these Immortals. He's got the very powerful army. Colossus, Disruptor, Immortal. Still needs to be wary of a Concave. But here comes the Bully Protoss. War Prism in the main. Healthy War Prism too, so a new one. And then the attack on the front. Gumiho's gonna have a lot of trouble controlling the fight, so the Disruptor is almost getting a great shot. That last one was a good shot. The Colossus will be sacrificed. The Vikings were free firing on that one. But one Colossus survives, and Gumiho still does not quite have his 4th. It is turning into a planetary as I am speaking. He just needs to get some SCVs over there, cut down to 56. Not in the absolute best position. Also going to be needed to use scans to detect where the army is coming in. Sensor towers are good, but they also die. So now he just needs to rely on scans, meaning that he's not muling, meaning that he is falling further behind in that economy, which is now heavily, oh my god, so much more in Classic's lead. Classic taking a 6th too. Okay, yeah, the rocks being torn down is always a nice use of Maganatha. Denying an extra point of attack, but Classic is still not the terrible attack into this choke. I mean, it would be less than ideal. You don't have to take it either, so why would you? Vikings were landed. They actually raise up. I guess they were in emergency mode, and now they are needed to kill that one Colossus, so it was a damn if you do, damn if you don't, I suppose. Because Gumiho is down in supply. It is only about 10 in army. Most of it is in the workers. His army is getting better with some Liberators being added too. Only 2 ghosts, just enough EMPs, perhaps. Tank tries to siege up, but is going to be killed by the Disruptors instantly. One more Disruptor shot sends Gumiho away. Another one. Well, now we have relentless Disruptor shots. He can never engage fully on this, meaning that the SCVs are sacrificed. 10 of them go down. Not the biggest problem, but just a sign of things that will continue to happen is more of the issue. Unless Gumiho can really collapse in on the Protoss army, Classic will continue to bully him. Throwing out Warp Prisms and Zealot run-bys, eventually Dark Shrine, there you have it. Dark Templars being warped in, and then attacking on the front lines, draining the medevac energy, keeping the army unhealthy. Where is that happening? There it is. Okay, it's a very good Liberator spot, to be fair, but Classic got a 5th base, 6th, 7th, and an 8th, and a 9th! Did I count that right? And Classic is not going to depend totally on the ground army. He is getting a Stargate in preparation for dealing with heavy Liberator counts, but I'm not sure we're going to get to that point. Gumiho has never been maxed out. Never had I think, more intimidating army. Planetary is only now being harassed, funnily enough, but with 3 Immortals here, it could go down. SCV's on the repair at the last second, going to save the day. Disruptor's recalled as Classic realizes he was going to have to move away, but that is a very injured Terran army, so I'm not even sure he had to. Definitely safer, too. Definitely safer, no doubt about that. DT's in the 3rd CC, and Gumiho, well, he is simply falling apart. Nothing is going well for him. 3 medevacs drained of energy, not able to fully heal this army back up. Classic has taken the entirety of the map. Gumiho predicts 4, 5. He predicts the 6 because he sees the 6. He probably predicts the 7th. I don't know about the 8th and 9th. And Gumiho is in a less ideal position for a base trade than any previous game. Less medevacs, less health. Good number of Liberators, to be fair, but they need to get into a really good position. Also, the Vikings are becoming increasingly more useless as only 1 Colossus is out. Zealots looking to make this a dedicated all-in. Gumiho forced to return home because an all-in wouldn't work. But neither is Turtling. Classic is the puppet master, man. He's pulling the strings. Liberators, 2, 3, 4, 5, every single one going down before getting any shots, and this is going to be game. Gumiho put up a hell of a fight. Really entertaining TVP. The Classic does end up being the victor. GG's. It's going to be Classic versus Rogue in the finals of the GSL. All right. Gonna take a break. I encourage you all to do some stretching. See you in 90 seconds. Speaking of stretching out of the posture corrector workout, you gotta wear it every time you start to get lazy again. So I think it's actually very helpful when I wear it consistently. Feed the felines. Question is, do I do it now or after the finals? Right now, Dimitri is currently drinking from the faucet, so I need to turn it off. I guess I'll do it before. All right. Ziggy. Apollo. Dimitri. Ziggy, cat treats. Kitties. Ziggy. We got at least 2 cats here. Can you not? Can you wait? Can you just chill? Wicked's chewing on it. She doesn't quite get the concept. Man, Ziggy's gonna be so upset. He missed feeding time. All done. Is that yum yums? That was yum yums. Now my hands smell like fish. I'm topping a cougar. No. How many cats do I have? Exclamation point cats. Wicket's the gray one that was here. Yes, it's too many cats. Oh, sorry, I don't have one in YouTube. Here you go. Anyways, With that out of the way, let's cast the GSL finals, guys. Man. It is the GSL finals. Possibly the last GSL finals ever. In the top left, we do have the blue Zerg Rogue. And in the bottom left, we have the red Protoss Classic. Classic defeated Gumiho to get here 3-1. Rogue defeated Hero to get here 3-1. One of those matches is a
Twitch
better
Prime
warm-up.
sub received. Thank you for
Let's talk about Rogue's match. Rogue versus Hero. Rogue was able to just bring out all of the roguiness that we know him for, honestly. That's what I would say. All the roguiness. He didn't really get to showcase what can be, I think in the past, world-class late-game PvZ. But that's okay, because we all hate it. No one wants to watch it anyway. And so I don't think he has to. If he is forced into a real late-game PvZ, I will favor Classic in that scenario. But Rogue's no slouch with it. I think he'd have a decent shot. But I also just don't believe that that would be his ideal scenario. At the very least, Rogue would like to get to a late game with Classic severely hampered. Thank you, Just Like Raven, for the Prime sub. So Classic, I kind of favor him overall. Because while Rogue had a better warm-up against Hero, Rogue also had to show his ZVP. I think Classic is very strong overall Protoss who kind of feels like he's deserved, might not be the right word, but it feels like he should be winning championships. And yet has just been shy very often. Now, he's won some in his past, he's been a StarCraft 2 player for a very long time, but I just mean lately. And lately is in the last few years. Because he's been on the forefront for Protoss in certain metas, and it still has not been just enough. The way that Hero was. He was able to get over a hump that Protoss were in, which is not winning any championships, and he did. Classic was too shy. I feel like he's got a really good chance against Rogue in this best of 7, especially as it is best of 7, and if Rogue still has a couple of punches, a couple of haymakers that are a bit stronger than Classic predicts, despite having watched that last EVP, the best of 7, I think, will still favor Classic. He'll still be able to go, okay, yeah, that hurt, that gave me a concussion, but I can recover. It's fine. I do think that'll be the way of this this series. Classic should throw in a couple of his own punches, be aggressive on 2 bases, just because the best of 7, you're going to need to do that. But right now, we do have a very typical setup for a Stargate. Rogue did not go for any hatch block or proxy hatch, but I do think we're going to see something in the mid-game. Good news is, Zerg has a lot of options. As far as all the attacks I can think of off the top of my head, while we wait for a very typical ZVP to get started. We got, 3 bases, almost always. Not a lot of 2 base, but we do have the proxy hatch for Rogue. We have the block hatch, which isn't really aggressive, but we could do that. We got the Ling Swell to try and kill the 3rd base. The Ling Baneling attack. Ling Queen all in. Roach Queen all in. Mass Roach all in. Ling Hydra all in. Nidus Worm all in. Ling Queen Nidus Worm, Roach Queen Nidus Worm. What else have we got? Throw them out there in chat. The point is, you got a lot of opportunities to try and throw something in Classic's direction that he isn't quite prepared for, as the Adept gets 1 drone and then falls. The Oracle was hoping that would be a proper distraction, and it was. Classic somehow getting the Oracle in just shy of that Spore Crawler timing, where Hero did not. So I don't know if that was Rogue being seconds later to it, or Classic getting, maybe, honestly, it might just be that the map favored that scenario. Very short distance, main to main. So I think that actually is why that Oracle got damage and Heroes did not in a previous similar situation. Big difference, though. I mean, if it is the map, the map has already the gods have already favored Classic. The map being second shorter, main to main, leading to Classic successfully killing 6 drones when Rogue had an almost perfect defense set up. That's a strong start for Classic, who saved the Oracle, can use that to defend, send the 2 healthy Oracles out as he grabs his 3rd Nexus. Very strong start for Classic. +1 melee, Ling Baneling on the docket again for Rogue. Who did like this style of play, was punished once for it, and then found success in the at least 1 game, right? If not 2 other games that he tried this. Oracle number 2 gets quite low, but survives. 3 more drones killed, and you just, start to count them up, rack them up, right? There are some Zerg players out there who would say this is already devastating damage. 9 drones killed, while the Protoss happily macros and only lost 1 Adept. Some Zergs would say this is already game over. If I want to put on my pro gamer hat right now, I can go really hyperbolic. No shot. No shot for the Zerg. Already a terrible defense of the Oracles. Classic now has the world in his hands and is just going to kill him with, Blink Stalkers and Archons going to show up, and Rogue won't have enough army because he lost 9 drones. I can already see it happening. Take off the pro gamer hat. The truth is, it is not a great start for Rogue. But Rogue, I think this is more of the, let's say a Ling attack gets into the natural, which Hero was pretty bad about, but Classic seems to be better about. Classic gets a little over-aggressive, gets his Stalker surrounded. That could try and neutralize the lead that Classic has built so far. What else could happen? 4th Nexus could be delayed. Maybe even twice if Classic's moving out, but the Lings are moving to the left, right? The mobility here. But Rogue, he really is in a less than ideal spot. He is trying to recover. Infestation Pit's on the way. Macro game underfoot. Burrow is on the way. He's gonna burrow Infestors. Interesting. You don't see the super quick burrow infestor play much in StarCraft 2 anymore. But I do like the idea. Oh, big stasis trap. Hello. All those Lings denied any opportunity to kill stuff at the 3rd, which already has some protection anyway. Storm's gonna finish up for Classic. 4th base is on the way. We got ourselves one hell of a PvZ macro game. Rogue has not decided to be aggressive. Maybe deciding not to because of the damage he took in the early game. Or this was his plan all along. Either way, he's not really been able to find any revenge. But Burrowed Infestors could absolutely be revenge. And I think that is primarily what the Burrow is for. Burrowed Baneling is not as effective in this matchup as TVZ. Although it would be cool to see, because those High Templars could drag. Say the Burrowed Banelings are here. Of course, if there's an Observer with the army, it's all moot. But let's pretend that Observer is not with the army, because Oracles are around. I have detection. I don't need to worry about it. The army moves on to creep. The High Templars lag behind. Boom, Burrowed Banelings. That would be cool. Ling, Baneling, Infestors eventually, I would assume. Hive into Ultra. Also not something I've seen in a while. 86 drones for Rogue as he's getting to 5 bases. These Oracles content with just zip-zapping down some creep tumors. Neural Parasites is very quick. Big emphasis on that. So I think the idea... Burrowed Infestors, Fungal, Neural Parasite the Archons, or even the Storms if you get an opportunity, if they don't feedback you first. Ultras and Lings collapsing on the rest of the army. That could really be devastating. That could be game-winning. If Classic has no idea that this is the setup. Now, he knows about the Ling Ultra. No, he doesn't. He will have to see that it is Ling Ultra eventually. Then there's a certain amount of preparation he's going to do for that, as far as how he moves his army. But then the Infestors could be a big surprise. I keep talking about Infestors. They're still not actually on the field, but I believe it in my heart that Infestors will be made. 6 more drones, too, as Rogue continues into this late game scenario. We got a bunch of Overlords turned into Transport Overlords. Classic, though, something tickling his brain. His ears getting hot, something like that. Sends an army over to the left side. Oracles and the Stalkers coming in at a very good time and kill 2 Overlords. A lot of them still get in, but a recall can be used, and then the rest of the army is being sent over to the right side. It's just Ling Baneling. Is Classic paying attention? Banelings get caught up in the Zealots. Storms do come through at the proper time. And the Banelings do not collide with the probes. Last second defense right there. Classic on top of everything that Rogue just threw at him. And Rogue, at the very least, was hoping that that would take more time. The fact that that was cleaned up when it was is, I think, really the most devastating part of this. Not the loss of Ling Baneling, although that also is not cheap. Rogue has been building a bit of a bank to prepare for the Ultras, but clearly the bank is now gone. So you still need to worry about that. Even larva can be a bit of an issue. The Ultras are obviously not larva intensive, but Ling Baneling can be. And also the Ultras don't have chitinous plating yet. Also, the infestors are still not out. I really wanted to see them, but not out. We're just gonna full send it. Full send it. Hope that it works out. And it looks like it just might. Classic not quite prepared for all of the Ultras to just come forward and start chomping on down. Was forced to blink backward, leaving the Immortals exposed and easily targeted. Archon's only a part of the fight as it's already over. And that was all before chitinous plating was done. What a bold move by Rogue. That was... I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. Those balls were very, very large. That was an incredibly ballsy move. Holy shit. And that might win him the game. Rogue is just big dicking it around. That's what he's doing. What a move. Classic is probably just shaking his head right now. It's like, what the fuck? Excuse me? That was not supposed to be the way that that fight went, but it's not quite over yet. It is not quite over yet. At the end of the day, Classic still had a 4-base setup, and Rogue had given away quite a few units. It did trade. It did trade. But I don't know what would have happened if Rogue had waited for chitinous plating. Classic might have gotten into a better position to tackle that type of army. Then his Immortals aren't left out in the open like they are. Then they actually get a lot of shots off. The Archons are able to impact the fight as opposed to being just left behind. And, you know, maybe Classic is a brick wall that Rogue can't quite get past. But Rogue has opened up the opportunity for more damage for his own army to recover. The 88 drones kicking in to replace all those Ultras, finally adding on the Infestors as well. And Classic is going up to 5 bases, that's fine. But he has lost a lot of that momentum. Now it's Rogue that's sending everything across the map. Baneling's connecting with the probes, finally. 13 probes killed. Isn't the biggest of deals. You can replace that rather quickly, but the 5th Nexus has to be canceled as well. And that's getting more and more concerning. 12 minutes into this game. Not that long so far. We just kind of rushed into the late game technology. But every minute counts when it comes to not being able to get that 5th base as Rogue grabs his 6th. And still has 85 drones. Still has these transport overlords that are causing problems in the main base too. 2-1 of the Juno Gland Lings, taking care of a minimal number of Zealots, despite good upgrades on the side of the Protoss as well. Classic also needing to make a transition over into Tempest. I say, oh, we got the Forge. Cracklings, way to go. Shield level 3 denied. And Forge also has to be replaced. I do hope Classic remembers to do that. Anyways, I say need going to Tempest, and I'm not... I don't actually... Let's put it this way. The ultimate Protoss army is going to be in the air. We know that. So, eventually you will need to go into that army. Why I hesitate to use the word need is because, like, unlike when you're facing lurkers, you know, when there's like 20 lurkers running around, and Tempest are a more direct answer, shall we say, to the lurkers. Like, the Ultras aren't necessarily what Tempests are here for. I mean, Tempest will be able to free fire. They can't be attacked back. That all sounds like really good stuff, but the Tempest numbers aren't going to be high. They're going to be very slow as well. And the Ling Ultra attacking left, right, up, down, back and forth is where the Tempest might struggle. So that's why I'm like, you need to be very careful about transitioning over into air. If he does it safely, which so far he is, contained on 4 bases, but keeping his units alive, then slowly adding into the air is obviously a good idea. And he already has built up his Immortal count, something crazy. 10 Immortals. So those Ultras, they would love to be beep-bopping around the bases. If they do so, they will probably not do well. We got SimCity. We got Immortals. We do have a contained space as long as it's on 4 bases. The 5th is where you start to reach. And then suddenly the Immortals are over here, and they need to be over here. That's what's a bit more of a struggle. I do love the Nidus Worm. Love the Nidus Worm. Talking more about that point of just trying to get those Immortals out of position, the Tempest out of position. Nidus Worm's going to be great for that. Looks like the Overlord drops have finally died. No, they're still around. Just adding in an additional way of getting behind enemy lines. Greater Spire was formed as well. Rogue, very happy on his mining this entire time. Very little in the way of damage to Rogue's economy. I think most of the drones lost. He lost 16. Okay, so some drones have died. But I was going to say a lot of drones have been used in buildings. So that's why we're no longer at that 86 count or whatever it was. Rogue has taken all the map as well, as much as he possibly can, including, I guess, the so-called shared map on this base. He would like to go ahead and send drones over there to get that mined out as fast as possible in an ideal situation. But Classic has maxed out in his army. Continues he was on 4 bases, primarily focusing on getting the best army possible without losing any army units. And this is a pretty good army. 5 Tempests in the skies. Yep, that's a good amount. The Immortals, obviously a great amount, but the Infestors have been added. The Spellcasters are here, and I'm really interested to see what those Spellcasters could do. Burrow never really seemed to affect this game very much. I'm not even sure we had burrowed Lings in the main base, although maybe they did attempt so. But that is also a threat. Nidus Worm in the main going down is seen by Classic. Excellent response, very quick response, as Classic continues to hold on to a building 5th. Which, this map is kind of skinny. So the left side is open, the main is open. That is a concern, but Classic defending 5th to 4th doesn't take him an extremely long time. Some SimCity will help him respond fast enough, I would assume. I say that, but, you know, he's not going over. Okay. Probably more so anticipating an attack on the front, like predicting that this was going to be a distraction attack. It kind of wasn't, though. In a sense, it was a distraction because the Nidus Worm's going up in the main base, but the main army has just been chilling back at home. Nidus Worm is up, but it wasn't loaded. So it was one of those awkward moments. Classic, it's a freebie there, but another Nidus Worm and another one and another one and another one. It's going to keep on coming. Forge was replaced, by the way, so more cannons are on the way. Also up to +2 air weapons. Rogue could get double upgrades, and he is. So 2-1 is on the way for Rogue and his air army. Also getting a missile, which is kind of funny because we don't have any missile units. But why not? Eventually you might. Actually, what is that missile for? Ling, Ultra, Infestor, Sky units. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. We got ourselves a push out from Classic. So this is going to be way more important. Whether or not Rogue can get a good engagement. He can't just engage with nothing else happening. He has to have some form of distraction, some form of security should the fight not go well that pulls Classic back. And then maybe Rogue can use his bank to remax and still win the game, even if he loses the battle right here. But I don't know, man. This is a very anti-Ultra army unless those Neurals come through, and that is the question. Will the Neurals come through? Oh, there's so many spells going down. Neural Parasite on so many units, but the Ultras melted, man. They fucking melted. Can't believe Microbial Shroud is put down too. Rare scene upgrade and ability, rather. That did not work. And he's supply blocked. He can't even use the bank. That is it. Classic takes game 1. Determination. He might have had trouble moving out in the map. He might have been harassed consistently. But he knew if he got to the perfect army that it would be extremely difficult to beat. And it was. And Rogue, eventually forced to actually defend was probably the worst engagement he could have had. No surround, basically no concave. Yeah, it was not going to be pretty. GG's Classic takes game number 1. Map 2 is going to be Torches. Top right Classic, bottom right Rogue. Rogue should not be able to get away with another proxy hatch on this map. So what other plans does he have for Torches? Game 1 was fun. Rogue playing a style that he eventually got to that I predicted, but not as fast as I thought. Still had some really cool moments. Those ultras seriously moving in before chitinous plating onto an army that wasn't bad against ultras, I would say. Was still some of the gutsiest things I've seen. It's just... That was absolutely an attack that you just make thinking or hoping that they're not prepared for it. And if you get this around, if they don't have the correct order of operations, you can win it. Which he kind of did. It wasn't a total win. It was a bit of a wash, but yeah, Classic then just had to grit his teeth, defend, and get to basically a perfect Protoss army against Ultras. And I think he'll be very good against that. This is an interesting setup right now. Okay, interesting. So first of all, high ground gateway. Classic sent a very early probe because he knows that Rogue's going to do something odd on a map like this. It can't be the exact odd thing that Rogue did versus Hero. That would be too obvious, but it can be an odd thing. And the probe does get on through to scout that it is not the hatchery taken here, and it's also not a proxy hatchery taken here. But what is it? Because it is absolutely still on one base. Classic, from the get-go, deciding not to play around in this map. You have to make the decision for the high ground pylon before you scout. But that is an interesting decision to make. The natural on this map is very large. Distance away from your long distance away from your main base, where obviously your probes are, so you got to drag the probe down to the low ground, so a quick reaction can't happen unless your probe's already on the low ground. That's probably why in a scenario where the map doesn't help you defend two bases, and you're facing a Zerg who tends to be aggressive and cheeky on a map like this, you would make the call to high ground. But it's very rare. A little less of a ideal setup if this was a very typical PvZ, but it is not. The gold base was taken by Rogue. Classic finally gets a scout on that. Then Rogue decides to take the gold base, the shared gold base, I guess you would call it. I guess these are both the shared bases. He's just taking all the gold. He's taking all the gold, being a greedy little Zerg, under the guise of potential aggression, too. So that's what's currently working out for Rogue, is that Classic has to really respect the possibility of a lot of Lings, for instance, coming his way. And Rogue doesn't do that. He goes instead for a double expand with all the golds. Sometimes if you take one gold, you're actually just setting up for a powerful attack because you don't need as many drones. You can make army faster. Taking both golds, I would assume that we do eventually use it to macro, but we've already fallen behind on the drone count, as you can see. Rogue is building a lot of Lings. Also building Spore Crawlers, though. It's not going to go for a Ling all-in. The wall is already here, so if the Ling all wanted to hit, Ling all-in wanted to hit, it needed to hit before 3:30, because that's when speed typically finishes, yes, but it's also when Classic would know speed typically finishes. And he is certain to get a wall by the time speed finishes. You know what I'm putting down? Because that's what he did. He made sure to get a wall. It's an extra gateway more than Protoss would usually want. They usually either go 1 gate third nexus or 2 gate third nexus, but this is an odd game. So you gotta get the wall. You want those 3 gateways. Oracle finally gonna really get some... I was gonna make a pun. I'm not gonna do it anymore. It's gonna revelate. It's gonna see a bunch of things. I know that's not a word, but I like it as a word. It's gonna actually get more information as to what the hell this game actually is than the probe could, and the adept couldn't. The adept really couldn't go on the map in case it was gonna be just killed. Now it looks like Classic, with some knowledge, says, okay, adept can go out. Resonating Glaives is even on the way because it was a Twilight Council after the Stargate, something that Rogue has yet to see. He does know it's only 2 oracles right now. If there is a third on the way, there was a delay, so a Twilight Council was absolutely slipped in there. So he probably, at this point, can figure Twilight Council. He might be figuring that it's Resonating Glaives. We are going to go for a Ling Baneling response, and that can be dangerous. Not only that, Ling's currently struggling against the Adept Oracle combination. Rogue's obviously got bases in every corner of the map, meaning that he can't have a central defense point. So that's what Classic was kind of playing on right there. He does eventually get enough Lings out to take care of this, but more Adepts are on the way. Oracles will go back home to be recharged too. Rogue did finally add on more drones. He has the gold on his side, so he doesn't need the exact amount of drones as his opponent. But he did need some more, and now he's up to 40. Now it's all Lings all the time, apparently. And these Adepts, they thought they were going to be aggressive. They might be better off being defensive. So back to the Ling-Baneling dynamic. Banelings, if they get a connection with the Adepts, great, fantastic. If they do not, if they split, and then the Banelings only get on top of 1 or 2 Adepts, that's when things can look a little bad. But it really is more about, on the Zerg side, just having enough of an army. Because if the Adepts split and the Banelings aren't sufficient, maybe Lings with +1 melee are, because they're getting full surrounds. But this is what you want, really, as a Zerg player. Oh yeah, there it is. The surround, so the Banelings hit the heart of the Adepts, and the Lings can clean up everything else. No +1 melee necessary. That's what you want. Classic, making a big boo-boo. Being out in the open like that. Thought that his army was a little more intimidating than whatever Rogue have been able to build up. Might have been true if the Adepts were in some type of pocket or up against a wall. Now that they're completely surrounded, now Classic is in a very awkward scenario. It looks like he was setting up for a 2-base follow-up. But we're just... okay, yeah, wall, definitely a good choice. We're just in a constantly awkward scenario now for Classic. Rogue has, apparently, well defended his 3-base setup, despite it being all over the map. And now is the person in control of this game. Classic's follow-up all-in is not nearly as scary as it should be, if that's actually what he decides to do. He does mine out the back here, so he can take the 3rd Nexus, and then he can start to pressure this base too. That is a concern. It's such an awkward game, because for Classic, a lot of the time, something that would attack might have been better off defending. The Adepts probably were better off defending, you know, to a certain extent if they had taken the 3rd faster. This army, gonna be good on the attack, looks like. The Lings realizing they cannot go up against this with an appropriate amount of force fields. We're going back to the early days of StarCraft 2. A reminder that force fields are pretty good against Lings, which you need to actually connect with your army. Roach Ravager coming out too late, of course, to save this base, but Rogue at least got his natural, which is now his new 3rd. He's getting a 4th base up as well, and he is still controlling the map to a certain degree with the amount of Lings that he has, but he needs to worry about the drone count now. He no longer has 2 gold bases that are making up for less workers than his opponents. Very flexible game in action right now. Both players really need to read the scenario in the current second of the game and try to react to it as well as possible. Anything pre-planned is just not going to work in this game. Classic, I think, did it well. I mean, the Adepts were a big loss, but keep in mind that Rogue had to keep a low drone count to get that high Ling count. And then the Sentries are perfect, if they're used perfectly. That's the if. And we have a new 10-year-old new mechanic called Corrosive Bile, which can cancel those force fields. And that is pretty important when you need to get on top of this army. Drones are under fire. Ling, Roach, Ravager trying to come in, but there are all those force fields. Even a stasis trap taking out some of these Ravagers. Oh, donut even going on the left side. Force fields, y'all. Force fields. Some sentries are left a little unguarded onto the right side, but Rogue is woefully low on army supply. Now very low on the drone count, but the Lings are coming in. Lings are coming in. Classic realizes he's lost his stance. Is forced to recall. Barely saves the Immortals. But he did kill 18, now 21 drones. That wasn't the entirety of his army. Some Adepts slipped away and went for the drone kills, which I think is going to ensure Classic's victory here. If those weren't around, they just simply did not exist in this game. They might have had a counterattack that might have caused some trouble. Not even sure about that. But obviously the Adepts would have existed. Either they went for this run-by that killed all these extra drones, or they would have been a part of the army that probably would have been able to stay there. If 8 Adepts were there, they would have washed off those Lings. Rogue has managed to grab a 2 upgrade lead, both attacks on his army, but he just does not have the army to use. Classic now in a pretty stable scenario. 59 drones for a probe, sorry, to 19 drones. Yeah, Rogue's 4 base setup not going to be used. He's just going to go for an all-in. Nothing to even take care of this Oracle. And the rest of the army. I think some Protoss units died right there. Maybe. GG's. Classic being put into these very difficult to read games and is reading them about as well as you possibly can. Aside from the Adepts, which at the very least was a trade, that was a good army to have. And I don't know, just like good handling of a very awkward game. So now Rogue down 0-2 in this best of 7. In the bottom right, we got Rogue. Top left, Classic. Map number 3, Incorporeal. Incorporeal. Classic looks to be in firm control of this best of 7. Despite very difficult games, I would say. First game was difficult. Second game was very different. Classic stayed the course. Was able to win out. Rogue is almost certainly hoping for a lot more hesitation on the side of the Protoss. A lot more of that, well, I think I can attack, but no, I probably shouldn't. But actually, no, I shouldn't. But no, I actually should have. Oh, God, what do I do? And Classic kind of refusing to break here. He's bending, but he's not breaking. It's actually a very good phrase for this. Because I think these are games where you're not necessarily always getting them, especially that last game. You're not always hitting that scenario. So you are kind of thinking on the fly, and Classic's doing a great job of that. Excuse me while I just talk back to a complainer. People have certain thoughts on the game balance, believe it or not, guys. I'm sure no one on the internet would ever complain about anything, usually. But today, got some complainers. Classic started off last game with a unique opener because he knew that it was going to be odd. And he was able to just roll with the punches on it. A high ground gateway can actually feel very uncomfortable. It's difficult to explain, I think. But I think if there's any Protoss in the chat right now, if you have ever been forced to play against a random player, actually this happens quite a lot against random players, you might decide to go for a high ground gateway. And if you end up facing a Zerg player, you know how awkward it can feel to be in that position. I actually suggest most Protoss players low ground expand even against random, but then the Terran's proxy and you're dead, so I understand the frustration. But yeah, it really does mess with your build order to a certain extent, because your wall is suddenly a additional expense in your natural rather than just already being there and part of a very typical build. And then you also can sometimes face very cheesy Zergs who follow up that opener, forcing you to do that opener with something that will try to contain you on one base. And that also can get awkward. That isn't what happened, but that doesn't guarantee that wouldn't happen ever in a game. So Classic, there was some risk taken, for sure. But he played it close enough to the vest to work out. Let me hear chest, but I'm afraid if I say chest, people will just like snicker, you know? Anyway, Oracle opener coming out for Classic as Rogue's Lings are allowed in. You're kind of not able to do much about that as a Protoss player. If they really want to, they will send them into the main base. And one probe would be a nice catch. The Classic's micro is too good. Huh? Twitch chat can be very juvenile sometimes. Zargo is what I'm talking about with that chest versus vest debate. Even though the average person who watches StarCraft is probably 25 and above at this point. Whoa! That was not supposed to happen. Classic losing the Oracle. And didn't even get anything. He got one drone. He was thinking he could get the main base before the Spore Crawler was done, I guess, I think. Comes in from the bottom side, races over to the right side. Oh god, there's a Spore. Oh god, there are two Queens. And that combination was too much for the Oracle to respond in time. A very, very poor loss. Kind of the reverse scenario right now of the first game where Rogue had lost those total of 12 drones eventually, I think. Now it's the Oracle going down for Classic, his second Oracle, getting heavily injured and not finding any success. Only good news now for Classic, I would say, is that he did see that it was an Evolution Chamber, which is going to be a +1 melee build. Rogue is losing drones elsewhere, though. Okay, so the Oracle finally got in, but this one's also going to die! This is really, really scary. I think Rogue would be okay doing a Ling Baneling all-in from here. I mean, he might have been planning it anyway, but now it's like, oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, 26 Lings are on the way. Baneling Nest is finishing up. +1 melee might not be a part of the first wave, but it'll be a part of the second one. Rogue did bust out a few more drones, but now nothing but Lings. And with only one Oracle to help defend and very little else on the ground, that's just Protoss's nature. Ooh, Classic is in some trouble. Classic should know the possibility of this. He had Adepts that were looking for a combination attack. Now they're just trying to get the hell out of there and back home. No extra shield batteries or cannons coming down, however, so I don't know if Classic is taking this threat seriously enough. Classic? Classic? Templar Archive's gonna finish. If he could morph a couple of Archons, that would be huge for the defense. But is he gonna get there fast enough? He's got enough for at least one Archon. He needs to get it right now, right fucking now, not Storm. Storm is not gonna be helpful. Classic does not realize how much is being thrown across the map. The High Templar is coming too late. They are morphing into an Archon, which does block out the probes for a hot second, leading to a recall that saves her. No, it was to the third base! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh boy, he does manage to hold on to an army, but Lings also slipped into the natural. Further probe damage will be had. More Lings flooding across the map. Rogue is not giving up on this. He knows he has an opportunity to snowball, and he is going to take it. And the third base looks to be a goner. That's so funny, he recalled to the third. Oh, Stalker's getting surrounded. Blink is done, so they should be able to save themselves. But now we got that third base killed, and Rogue has plenty of time to recover his drone count, for instance. If he wanted to, still just throwing Lings across the field. Storm is done too, but do we have any High Templars? Nope. None. Not enough gas to get any either. He is still fixing his gases from the Ling attack. So, Rogue, a wall is pretty good against Lings. He does want to get something bigger and better. More drones. 4th base and 5th base finish, so a lot of drones. Just focus on that. And then a Hydra stand whenever that finishes. Bust out all the Hydras you possibly can. GG easy. Classic not gonna give up on the game, of course, but he should know that he is pretty dead. I'm a little surprised. That I think it entirely has to do with already being in the thick of things. You've already played 2 games. You're feeling kind of confident. Third game starts off way worse than ever before. But you might have lost track of all that maybe pre-series acknowledgements you were making. You're like, okay, no, it's Rogue. He's probably going to build a lot of Lings. He's probably going to cheese me. I mean, I got to worry about an all-in. But you're into the thick of things. So you lose 2 Oracles, and you're like, well, that sucked. But, I'm still up 2-0. I'm still doing great. This is fine. And then you maybe kind of forget that Rogue does that attack even without that type of prompting. Because there was certainly not enough urgency in the Archon or enough additional static defense made to tell me that Classic was actually thinking about an attack like that. This one Oracle is going to die. Goodbye, Stasis Traps. I didn't even see just how far behind Classic is now in the income as well. But Classic probably figuring this out. And this is the army, guys. This is it. A couple of storms actually on the left side have to be amazing. Freaking amazing. Rogue even setting up quite the hefty concave. Every angle going to be used right now. Here we go. Storms on the left. Another Oracle actually was here, so a Stasis Trap is involved. But now the High Templar is left alone. Not enough storms. Classic is going to tap out. Rogue strikes back. With an opening that Classic kind of allowed. Classic, not usually the the guy to lose the Oracles, actually. I would say that Classic at one point was probably the best Oracle user in the world. I don't know if he still holds that title, but he certainly doesn't hold it in this game. That was an ugly game. Classic could look at that and say, I won't ever make that same mistake twice again. But needs to be reminded that Rogue is a killer. And we'll pick up on those moments and try and kill him ASAP. Rogue gets a game under his belt, but has a lot of games left to play. Favorite person to co-cast with? Everyone's my favorite.
I appreciate you casting these so soon and so well.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chaz, for 10 buccalinos. And the nice words. I'm going to play a little ad break here. Every time we take a break, I go to mess with Wicket. Game 4 on Pylon. Top left, Rogue. Bottom right, Classic. That could be the opening that Rogue needed. Up until that point, Classic was doing an excellent job controlling his units, retaining them well. Again, except for those Adepts in Game 2. And, you know, playing the cool, calm, collected Protoss that was able to deflect Rogue's unique style of play. But then Classic made a pretty big blunder. Losing 2 Oracles is very harshly, but simply not allowed at this level of play. Because even if that wasn't a grand opening for Rogue to go for that Ling attack, there still are other problems with losing Oracles that way. As much as some Zergs think that it's a little too oppressive with the recharge allowing the Oracles to be kind of non-stop, keep in mind that it is an important part of Protoss's play. They can't, well, supposedly, they just can't lose Oracles and then say, that was fine, I need them anyway. And not just for pure defensive points, but to actually keep track of the Zerg players. So, obviously to keep track if they are attacking you, but also what their technology is, also to make sure that they don't just snowball out of control, building nothing but drones, forcing them to react, forcing them to build spore crawlers. But it also is just a really big opening for that Ling attack. I mean, there is no bigger, brighter green light in the world, I think. Especially when you already do it so often. This time around, Classic got a block on the hatchery. Rogue just shrugged and went for the third base. No attempt to take it back. Like I said at the end of the last game, Classic could look at it and just be like, there's no way I'm ever going to lose to Oracles in that fashion ever again in this series. Which is probably true. Not to take away from Rogue's excellent positioning, which I suppose should be highlighted. The first Oracle that died was actually a funny, not quite mind game, but it was one of those... Rogue did anticipate the Oracle coming from the north. His Spore and his 2 Queens were off to the right side. And it actually was incorrect. The Oracle came in from the left. But because the Oracle was then kind of courageous, kind of overconfident, it ran too deep into a prepared set of units against the Oracle. Well, that was kind of funny. But the point was that the Queens were together in the correct position to stop drones from dying. And ditto on the second Oracle that died as well. Was able to collapse in 2 Queens and sandwich it. So that was just really good positioning. And Rogue has been, overall, I would say pretty good about the anti-Oracle defense. Game 1, not the case. But still, I would say overall, he's been pretty good about the Oracle defense. And then game 1, again, I think it might have just been literally the map distance that screwed him over. But anyway, I'm going to shout that out. Because we are having that dance go down. Something that isn't necessarily paid attention to if nothing extreme happens. We just go, oh, okay, that was a very typical opening for PvZ. But when you really look at it analytically, you got to respect that both players are playing this dance of proper queen positioning, proper spore crawler timing, and then the proper usage of the Oracle, defending and attacking when they should do both, slipping in to the slightly undefended gas geyser drones, gliding, being very important about the Oracle micro. And that's why I think Classic had the best one for a while. It felt like he was the best one at gliding the Oracles. That's never letting their acceleration kind of kick back in, where they have to slowly boost up again. Last game just wasn't the best example of that. 2 drones did go down when I was talking about the Oracle micro. Meanwhile, an Oracle did not go down. So that's that dance favoring Classic for now. 2 Adepts setting up themselves for an attack into the natural or main base as well. Spore Crawler still not completed, meaning that Classic can stick around a little bit longer. 5 drones now. That's pretty good, pretty good. 2 Queens are going to be good enough to deflect the Oracles, and with the Adepts nowhere close to the drone line, this will not be devastating to the economy. The 5 drones killed is pretty good. It's pretty good, since Classic has not lost anything. A little supply block, if you want to give Rogue something here. But very, very little. The probe's primarily supply blocked right now. That's what happens when you're focusing so intently on the micro. Blink is going to be the choice alongside this +1, something terribly aggressive in the early mid-game. More depths, actually, so that might be what's sent across the map. Classic scouting limited at this point. There's not much to scout. Just now, Rogue deciding what to do. So the lair has been built. +1 melee was tucked in behind the mineral line, someplace the Oracles are not allowed to get to. And we are going to have, I guess, Ling Hydra. Baneling Nest not built this time, so won't be used defensively, but also won't be used offensively. Good number of Lings, however, being built currently. Oh, because they saw the Adepts. That makes more sense. Yeah, that might be a little too late. Adepts get into the mineral line. Drones are pulled, though, at a pretty appropriate timing, and that means the drones will be okay. They do maybe go back in when they shouldn't have, though. All right, so 5 drones go down. That's an extra 5 drones, keep in mind. So 12 in total having been lost. A couple of probes went down, too, but obviously favoring Classic in that department. Classic currently up by 8 drones. Ling Hydra, there you have it. Rogue has a lot of Lings that he made for that he would love to be able to do something with. Whoops. Wrong buttons being chosen. Oh, and there you have it! There it is! That's what you want to do with those Lings. High Templar going down, probes in the main base going down, probes in the natural as well. Oh, Classic Stalker. He was not on hold position. That's all that was. Rogue kind of, tested the waters at the front of the natural, and once that Stalker went, hey, Lings, Rogue picked up on it. And that's why you should at least test the waters, even if you're 90% sure that a professional Protoss like Classic would not make that mistake. Sometimes they do. Now, the Lings did die, and that was a lot of Lings, keep in mind, for it was only 5 probes and a High Templar. But maybe that wasn't as much chaos as Rogue was hoping to imbue into this game. It was at least something. Double expanding behind this, getting to the Ling Baneling Hydra portion of this. The Baneling being delayed, it's a little bit of a better economy. But you do want that too. And the Ling Baneling style overall seems to have kind of lost a bit of its bite ever since the nerf on the Banelings v probe dynamic. But I still feel like we should be seeing more. And I know we are seeing it more. I felt like it completely phased out for some time, and then it kind of came back, and I do enjoy seeing it coming back. First of all, they're fun, in my opinion. Protoss players are probably shaking their head and being like, it's not fun, it's stupid, and I hate it. That's fair. But I think it's fun. And then I also think that when you have a certain flow to ZVP, they can still be very, very effective. As far as dealing the probe damage and actually getting maybe good hits on a surrounded Protoss army. And by a good flow, I mean that everything fair enough on the foundations for both players, the action is going on. There's attacks left, right, through the middle. Protoss wants to attack, then has to defend, then wants to attack, then has to go back. Starting to just pull everyone out of position can favor those Banelings to actually get those connections. And Rogue has been playing, some like Wily games, I guess you could call it. A lot of Ling emphasis, and then a lot of the mobility emphasis as well. So this could work out just good. Classic, he is getting to a good army. He's got Storm, right? Yeah, he's already got Storm. Obviously can make a couple of Archons. Classic also has seen the army type. He knows it's Ling Baneling Hydra. He did lose the Oracle for it, but he does have a strong army. 20 arm supply difference. Classic behind an upgrade as well. But if his Storms are good, if the choke is used, and the only thing that is used, he could win a fight. It would be very, very wrong for Rogue to only go through this choke, though. He'd probably set up some type of surround, and Classic needs to be careful. Robo coming down, second Robo that is, Forge as well, so double upgrades, double Robo production. Charge is almost done. Has a little bit of a move out, a little bit of a test. Rogue was not quite prepared for it, to be fair. Significant wasn't done. But he was pretty close to it, and he is just making army at this point. Stalker's trying to help defend this 4th base, but that might be a little too little. Banelings get the connections. 7 probes, not too bad, and the Stalkers, with a little bit of help, will eventually take care of this. Meanwhile, Classic was on the map. Didn't want to go all the way back home to help that. Decided to go for the left side, where Rogue is completely out of position himself. So a hatchery goes down. And now the Ling Baneling coming in single file, less than ideal against the Storms. Rogue only lost 2 drones. He can go ahead and place them over to the right side, so not the biggest loss of economy, but we'll want to replace that. Classic then also lost the 12 probes, so a little bit of tit for tat, honestly. 2 Immortals are on the way as Classic is predicting the Hive and Ultra edition. It's not here yet, however. Rogue, focusing completely on the lair right now, is going to be able to bring in wave after wave of Zerg, attacking over to the right side once again. Classic out of position. This time, loses his Nexus. And Rogue did not give up very much at all for that. Suddenly, the supply is incredibly different. 60 supply difference. Rogue doubling the army supply. Storms are what Classic has to try and hold on against the onslaught. And I don't think they're going to be good enough. Surrounds going down. Banelings on the hunt, trying to catch the Storms. Instead, they catch the Stalkers. Either way, the Storms are not landing like they should be. As the Hydras rip through the gateways, the Immortals pretty much useless against this composition. And Classic, I don't know, lost the plot perhaps in this game. I was talking about the mobility from Rogue, and I was thinking of a more back and forth, but Classic was caught out of position one too many times and did get overwhelmed as he started to prepare for a super late game that actually was not on the way. Probably needed to focus more on building a solid defensive setup on 4 bases. Archons would have been extremely helpful too. And then just preempting any engagement from Rogue. Being in position to get Storms on top of chokes would have been the big difference maker. And Classic instead kind of dropped all his limes. And Rogue will tie up the series 2-2. On to ley lines for game 5. In the bottom left, we have Rogue. Top right, we have Classic. And Classic has started to lose control of this series. A very, very promising start for Classic as he was thrown a couple of oddball games and a couple of difficult situations, and he handled it like the pro we know that he is. And then suddenly things started to go awry, partially from his own mistakes. I mean, as much as that seems being negative, it just, those oracles were a tremendous mistake in game 3. And that got the ball rolling in that game for Rogue to make the decision to go for the attack. Works out. But then the second game kind of feels like Classic still kind of reeling, kind of adjusting perhaps to the games not being different. Kind of. I mean, the first game was a macro game. It was. But even that, the surprise ultra charge forward still surprised me. And it did surprise Classic too, and he had to recover from that to a certain extent. But thrown into a couple of more normal-ish games, Classic starts to fumble a little bit, losing the oracles, losing track of the Zerg army, in particular in the last one. You just get his foundational elements of Protoss back under his thumb. And Rogue, well, continue pummeling away, right? Like you've got him on the ropes, perhaps. Maybe another aggressive maneuver, trying to keep the momentum on your side and send yourself to that 3-2 scenario where then you have a bit less stress on your shoulders. Classic, he was stress-free. Now it's back to, okay, all right, maybe I need to, I kind of need to win this, because, reminder, both players are fighting pretty much mainly for the EWC spot. The prize pool is okay for GSL. Not what it used to be, but better than some other... Broke messed up. Better than some other ones. But the EWC spot that gets you into the $750,000 prize pool tournament, that's what these players want. Players they defeated actually had already made it, certainly enough, but these guys, that's what they're really fighting for. The global qualifiers are happening next weekend, so whoever loses here has those chances to make it through, but online against all the best players from the rest of the world as well, never an ideal scenario. Classic sends out an Adept with a Stargate following behind this. Rogue allowed to take his natural as his natural, and just shooing away the probe while he sits up for a third base. So no extreme changes going on here. In fact, nothing at all to talk about. Classic, is he going to go for the 2 gateway or the 1 gateway expand? That's what we're thinking about right now. Is he going to go triple Oracle, or is he going to 2 Oracle and then perhaps Twilight Council? Is Rogue going to continue with his +1 melee builds, which he's really been the biggest fan of? And that's what we haven't seen in the series, actually. To find something to talk about. We have not seen him add on that Roach Warren yet, which could be used purely for defense, although that really hasn't been triggered in this series. The, oh shit, I should be safer in the early to mid-game Roach Warren. But he could still throw out that Roach all-in that he did versus Hero, especially as, again, we're in the thick of this best of 7. Your mind's kind of focused in on this best of 7 and might move out that preparation of watching Rogue versus Hero and reminding yourself, hey, you could do this all in, this all in, this all in. But Rogue seems to really be making use of the Ling style, so I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Took a couple of games, but eventually it has been throwing Classic off his groove. First Oracle is shooed away without doing anything at all. Maybe there was a canceled score or something. Extractor, maybe. Oracle, Stasis Trap, also not particularly effective. Second Oracle is on the way. Was that a prediction? No, the Queens were not an attack move. If it was, that was pretty awesome. But they were not an attack move. They were just moving over to protect the third base, which did not have a Spore Crawler yet and did want to be making drones at this point. And there's that Evolution Chamber. Tuck into the natural this time. It wasn't scouted for a while in the last game. I don't think that's why Classic died, of course, but it wasn't this time around. Just sneaks on in there and gets that scout very early, which I think is still important. Okay. Dazed and Confused, thank you very much for the 22-month resub. But, okay, we got the Roach Warren. We got the Roach Warren. That is scouted as well. I don't think you have a lot of universes where you swap, in Rogue's case, to +1 missile. But the Roachborn could maybe cloud Classic's read on this. I mean, you don't really get usually the much faster +1 missile to the Roachborn. They kind of usually come down together, if that's your plan. Obviously, Ling, Baneling, Roach, Ravager is also totally fine, totally legitimate, which, if Classic's reading into that, A+, because that's probably what it's going to be. But he has not seen the Baneling Nest, and he does not know what's coming out of the Evolution Chamber. But he's gotten as much scouting as you could usually ask for. Oracle's not too eager to try and suicide in for further scouting. Blinken +1 all the way for Classic, by the way. The third base was taken. Storm was on the way too. Oracle's main job right now, and he only got 2 of them, so that Twilight Council is a bit faster. Scouted this as an all-in. Ling, Baneling. A lot of Banelings being set up. Rogue has been doing this in a lot of the games, sending those Lings off to the side and building the Banelings there. Classic. Classic. You got it. You gonna read that? Or is this just for a 4th base? I don't know. But either way, he does see the Banelings with a little bit more notice. He's going to be able to respond. Do we morph an Archon or do we try and keep those Storms? Yeah, morph the Archons. That's the safest way to play. Those Lings coming on the right side. Confirmed that. Probes pulled away too, but more Banelings going to crash in. Not quite being able to reach them, and the Adept is appropriately defending that wall, but we still have a lot of Lings, a ton of Lings, and they are crashing through, killing the Stalkers, killing the Archons. Oracles, though, in the skies, helping a lot. So a lot of energy on them, too. And the Natural, most importantly, I would say, the Natural was not breached. Stalker warping to replace the Adept. More Stalkers coming in with the 2 pylons still left alive, and the Oracles zipping away, zapping away. He's going to be able to hold. He only loses 10 probes. Lost some chunk of army, but keep in mind that Rogue lost the Lings, lost all the Banelings, which don't show up in the Units Lost tab, and also was not getting drones. Now he is, 15 drones on the way, but that was a very dedicated attack that did not have the same success as a previous game, and in a game in a previous series, too. That was the hold that we haven't seen yet, and it was finally made here. Stasis traps will help to continue tracking these Lings, because I will say there's still a lot of fear for the Protoss player that you will simply be caught out of position. The Stalkers will be alone, the Archon will be alone, the Oracles will be elsewhere, and suddenly you are letting them snowball again. That's really what's scary about a Ling emphasis. But Stasis traps help you a lot. Either they get big Stasis trap hits, or they just say, hey, Lings are on the way, which is still pretty good. Rogue adds on Hydras. The Roachborn was in fact never used, so it was not going to be a Ling Roach all in, but that Roachborn either for some safety, maybe Rogue didn't know exactly what Classic was doing, or a bit of a fake. But if like, hey, I'm not going for a lot of Lings, don't worry about a lot of Lings. Which Classic I don't think is really falling for anyway, but a great scout in that left side. As I said, whether it was for the pylon, because it obviously didn't go directly to build the 4th Nexus, but sometimes they build the pylon out first, right? Or it was scouting for that particular strategy, and I'm kind of leaning to that. Really good moment for Classic. Really good. And finally someone, after 2 games of Rogue doing that, actually checking the 4th base locations for those building Banelings. Rogue's always going to be testing the waters on the 3rd and the Natural. There's not much that Classic can do. It chases the Lings. It opens up an opportunity on the left side. And Classic, going up to 4 bases, will be eyeing that complete Protoss army to eventually move across the map. And ideally a move, let's be real. But not always the ideal situation, not always the possible situation. There you go. Rogue has gotten to 5 bases, technically, 77 drones. Saturating his 5th base as I'm speaking. Some decent creep spread. And he has gotten to the Ling, Baneling, Hydra portion of his army. But if he's going to try and dedicate to the attack, like he did last game, with this lair-based army, it won't be nearly as effective. First of all, Classic's not trying to be aggressive, so he's out of position. Second of all, there was more, I think, on the way of the game up to this point, causing issues with that opportunity. More trades from Rogue. More, proper defense from Classic. A lot of static defense now being put up. Yeah, I think if Classic immediately tried to counterattack, well, then Rogue might build a bunch of army, defend the counterattack, and then counterattack himself. But that would have been very unwise from Classic. Pure defense right now. Rogue has gotten an infestation pit. He is getting some more upgrades, and his eyes are eventually going to look at the hive. But there was an open opportunity. If this army was out of position, if there's no static defense, then obviously you go for it. Testing the waters. Always, always, always. But these waters are kind of shark infested. Rogue would not be wise to go plunging in right now. That army is not unbeatable yet, but it will get there, and it might be unbeatable if it's up against all the static defense with storms coming down. They're pretty good storms, too. Pretty good storms. A lot of banelings falling, not quite reaching the back line. Static defense starting to fall. Yes, where's the rest of the Protoss army? More storms are going to be necessary, but the probes have been saved. The Ling Baneling is gone, and Hydra's all by their lonesome. Don't really want to be tackling the leftovers of a Protoss army. That was the defense you need to see from Classic. The static defense helped out SimCity-wise, also attacking-wise, of course. Then he was able to drag back, and throw down as many storms as he had. Stargate's already here. Fleet Beacon as well. Overlord from Rogue did see that. But I don't think Classic is going to quite start adding on those Tempests. I mean, he might. He actually did save a lot of units, and he saved his entire economy. Which usually one or the other starts to falter, you know? Some probes die, some part of the army dies that's too expensive to rebuild, but not in that case. So Classic, he knows that it's going to be pretty relentless. The Hive actually was never gotten, despite the infestation pit. Rogue, perhaps thinking he did kill enough units to go for a follow-up attack. He doesn't see what we see. He doesn't see how much the supply has already rebounded for Classic. Probes, once again, at targets, but appropriately pulled away, and Classic is handling these attacks like a pro. Really improving on what happened in the last game, where he was out of position, under-armied, if that's a phrase, and simply not prepared for it. Classic also has 2-1 in the upgrades and is finally working on that +3. Second Forge going down. Could be adding on those Tempests if he so desired, just to perfect the late game army. But I think just Mass Archon Storm is also pretty good. The Warp Prism in the main, not going to find a lot of damage, but does get a scout on the Hive. So you know the next attack won't be as strong, I suppose, and then probably not going to do a really dedicated next attack, are they? As they prepare for whatever the Hive is going to bring out. So +3 upgrades, Adrenal Gland upgrades, Ultras haven't been put down, Spire, Greater Spire, whatever it is, all going to take up those resources as the creep denies Classic his 5th base. He just goes, whatever, I'll take the other one. And that means that Classic has a real handle on this game, because he's almost maxed out. He's got 4 bases set up, nice, and 5th base is on the way. All the static defense he can really muster is coming down too, so he's going to have time to respond if Rogue theoretically finds an opening. And then he can afford to start just making the best army possible, which he's already added on those Immortals that would counter any amount of Ultras that would be coming out. The Ultra's still not on the way though, so it would be a long time for that. Lurkers, obviously another threat. When you have Hydras, Lurkers could be down, but we just haven't seen a Lurker den. And so it's a good army overall, even if it's not facing those particular units, because it's very chonky. It's got Storms, it's got Archons. Immortals not necessarily want to be up against Ling Hydra, but they'll do good enough work because they're with friends. They're nice, you know, friendly little group of Protoss units. Warp Prism tried to go for more damage on top of a base. Didn't find too much. Spire comes down. Hydra Frenzy is on the way. Adrenal Glands 2-1 for the Hydras too. Classic is on double forge at this point, so is going up to 3-1. Tempests are on the way as well. Classic is one step ahead in the technology pacing at this point. So either he does an attack that he wins with, because I do think that is possible, or he does kind of wait for Rogue to exhaust himself and then goes for the counterattack that is more certain to win. Either way, I think Clax is in okay position, even though his 5th was denied. Sorry, I didn't catch that, but it was denied. Was it killed? Nope, canceled. And then the Overlord gets in the better position for it too. It's kind of the scenario of that first game. Was it the first game? Yeah. Where the kind of important thing at this point is that your 4 bases are steady and you have retained your army. And while 4 bases will eventually mine out, you do need a 5th. You're going to have a bit of a bank. You're going to have this almost perfect Protoss army that the Zerg has to prioritize more than trying to kill a 5th Nexus. And look at this. Look at this attempt. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, big Stasis drop on the backside. Also detecting how many Banelings coming in from that backside. They wanted to hit the High Templars, obviously, but then the rest of the Protoss army is so chunky. Even though they did actually get a lot of the High Templars right there, they found the pocket of High Templars. So much of the Protoss army stands. Rogue's top left base goes down, and his reinforcements look awfully lackluster against the might of Classic, who still has a bank. Mothership goes down, but she wasn't the most important part of this. Classic finds that 5th base finally as he pushed the creep back, and he can reinforce the Archons, the Storms. He'll have better upgrades next time the attack happens. Rogue doesn't have a next step. Rogue does not have another technology he's about to throw out here that wins him the game in any way. He is stuck on Baneling Hydra. And that's just not good enough against what the Protoss is building. Especially if you don't have an endless bank. If you are not a trust fund, baby, this will not work. The Storms are ready. As Rogue pushes in, he's actually had an even supply to his opponent. Upgrades have finished, so 3-2. Not a lot of Archon. Well, some of the Archons just stuck, actually, is more so the problem. But certainly enough with the stack defense, with the reinforcements, that Rogue cannot make any headway. And Rogue, it seems that he just agrees or understands that there is no next step. The hope is that Classic makes a fatal mistake, either attacking in haphazard fashion or defending in some way that is really dumb. But it's just like I don't think there's actually a way for Classic to defend that is less than ideal, shall we say. I feel like even if Classic didn't pay attention, he would still be able to look back at his arm and be like, oh, hey, there was an attack. Oh, cool. All right, yeah, fine. Ah, my Immortals are a little injured. That's too bad. Like, it's not quite a totally A-move army, but it's a very difficult army for Rogues to beat right now. And Classic's 5th base leads to a more secure 6th base on this map. Rogue is even supply blocked. He's needing to build Overseers for the Mothership Cloak, and then they're dying in battle. Classic has, I guess, decided that he is just going to defend. Because, yes, Rogue is all-inning. He is doing the lair-based stuff. I know Frenzy is available, but he's doing some lair-based action right now. And that can be scary. The Protoss would typically just be like, yeah, if you're going to attack me, I'm going to defend. That's the better scenario. Classic could probably move out against this. This is an increasingly weaker all-in from Rogue right now, as he can't quite max out. The upgrades continue to favor Rogue, so seriously, Rogue's army is just getting worse over time. And Classic, gonna be cautious about pushing out, but has the idea of it. It's gonna push out using this choke, and then Warp Prism's gonna go into the main. Provide an extra attack, and also get some scouting, just in case maybe there was a Greater Spire, and Classic has to worry that there's 10 Broodlords hiding somewhere. Which, would he worry? No, because he already has 4 Tempest and could build more. No Vipers, no Infestors. Nothing to make this an interesting battle. And the Warp Prism in the main. Oh, he's going to be cleaned up. Good chunk of units sent back. An appropriate split, but the front line, all those Banelings crashing into the Archon wall. There we go. Finally happens. GG. Classic now leads the series 3-2. Ooh, there's a lot of casting. My ears are starting to hurt. Stupid headphones. I don't understand why Rogue didn't add some spellcasters. Infestors don't even need a new building. My read on it was that the first attack that didn't quite work, but did at least trade to a certain degree, was the read from Rogue at that point was the only option is to attack again and hope that he hasn't been able to rebuild fast enough. When that wasn't the case and he straight up lost the second attack into the fourth base, like that was just not good enough, he then realized he was in a truly losing situation and then just decided that the best option is to hope that Classic gets overly aggressive. And then when he gets overly aggressive, he moves out into the middle of the map. Ling Bang Ling Hydra surrounds. If he had spent time trying to get to higher technology and Classic did move out aggressively, then he wouldn't have had that opportunity and he would have died anyway probably because he'd be spending so much resources trying to get some more Infestors, Broodlords, Ultras, whatever it would have been. So basically you were just stuck in a rut. Like you were forced into a really unideal scenario. And by the very, very end, I think he just knew he was dead anyway. Wasn't even going to bother trying to control a couple of spellcasters. Oh, I think you can talk about the difficulties of a race. I called that one guy out because he was just complaining so much. If you want to talk about balance, I think you're more than welcome to. It's just, there's a difference between being like, wow, that seems really difficult for a Zerg player. I don't know if there's really a possibility for them to transition. It kind of seems like they're forced into these, mid-game all-ins. And oh my god, Zerg literally can't do anything. Did you see how he got 2 gold bases and still died, totally neglecting everything else about that game that would have made it difficult for Rogue to win? Oh my god, Protosses are so overpowered. That was that guy. What are the rules? IRL tournaments, players would wear headsets. Yes, so they wear headsets over usually in-ears. The in-ears are what gives them the audio for the StarCraft portion, and the headsets over them are providing white noise to drown out the crowd. It's pretty much widely known at this point that it doesn't drown out the crowd completely. But even though that sounds unfair, because what if the crowd is gasping or clapping because a Turax is on the way? Players have also said, like, yeah, but there's been games where I thought that meant something and then it wasn't anything. Like the caster made a joke or the caster misread something or whatever it is. They used to have booths, but booths were pretty much agreed by every single esport. Because every esport used a booth for a while. Even like League of Legends with like 5 people in the booth. And basically, it was too busy to set up, too poorly set up, and didn't actually provide any more soundproofing than their current setup anyway. The only thing better was I think some booths did have air conditioning. So I think GSL used to have an air conditioned booth, and that was nice. But Or temperature controlled, I should say, because oftentimes they don't want it to be cold. They want it to be warm. It violated the fire code in a lot of places. So there you go. Kumio agrees. Yes. One too many of those boxes have fallen on him. Could be the last game right here. In the top right on his last life, it is Rogue. In the bottom left of Tokamak, it is Classic. Chat and I talked about that last game for a little bit. Kind of going over it for the YouTube audience. Why didn't Rogue add any spellcasters? Probably because the first attack he did on the 4th base was enough for him to think that a follow-up attack was his best bet. It wasn't. The follow-up attack was even worse. And then at that point, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If Rogue were to make a transition at that point and Classic counters, Rogue dies. If Rogue transitions at that point and Classic counters, Rogue also doesn't have the opportunity to engage. Whereas if Rogue remax, Classic moved out haphazardly without, appropriate safety precautions, Rogue's 3rd remax of Ling Bailing Hydra might have surprised him. But Classic never moved out. And after a while, it was pretty evident that even if he moved out, he would win. For a lot of that game and a lot of PvZ in that mid-game, it is a struggle for Protoss to decide if moving out is a good idea. They move out because they think they have an insurmountable lead. Oh god, the Zerg had a bigger bank than I thought. They're maxed out, and now I'm completely surrounded. So, the Protoss, they have that struggle of defending or attacking. Defending is kind of the good option if you know for a fact. It's a great option if you know for a fact that they are not transitioning. If they are transitioning and you don't make a move out, you're forced into a late game, which you might not appreciate. But if you do move out, then you might get surrounded. And I think Classic was just way more scared of that latter option than anything else. And Rogue was hoping, just really hoping, that Classic moved out and was completely surrounded at some point. And by the very end of that game, Rogue knew he was dead. You don't even bother trying to add on spellcasters. You're just, I don't know, waiting for the death, patiently. Greeting death as an old friend. Because that game's over. Yeah, there was really no winning for Rogue. If you're going to transition into the late game, you're going to need a far bigger bank or a far more neutral game to actually do that. So spellcasters, they can help. Fungals would have stalled the army more. Vipers could have abducted the mothership. They're not going to win either game. Winning the game is going to be more like, I've pummeled you in submission. You're struggling to keep your 4th base alive. Oh, a robo opener. Okay, finish my thought then. I thought we were going to have another totally normal PvZ where I need to find other things to talk about, but finishing my thought. As a Zerg player, you need to pummel them, have them recovering. All their bones are broken and they're just barely hanging on. Then you either go for the throat, you kill them right then and there, or that's when you find that position to accumulate a bank, get to 90 drones, get to 7 bases, get to your Greater Spire, get a good number of Broodlords before they can get to any amount of Tempests. And that was definitely not happening in that last game. But a robo opener. Classic has literally done nothing but Stargate openers, right? He's added to Twilight Council faster in some other games. But yes, I think he did a Stargate opener every single time. So this is a big departure. Huge departure for Classic. Classic gets another leg up in the series and decides, all right, I got this game. I can maybe end it right here, right now. And I have not done this as of yet, so Rogue might not be anticipating it. Now, Rogue did not know about the Robo up until that exact point that I talked about it, because he saw that was a hallucinated Oracle. I thought that was the War Prism. Oh! I got bamboozled. It is a little suspicious that the Oracle is not zip-zapping, just because it can be recharged. Actually, you know what's really funny? The lack of energy on that Oracle could technically be a reveal, because every Protoss immediately recharges the Oracle. Big brain struts. Big brain. If Rogue is thinking about it, and if I'm even correct, I don't... I'm not willing to test it myself. Warp Prism is finally going to be seen. So if Rogue was thinking spores, he did build spores. Unfortunately, that's a bit of a waste of money. One spore could arguably help out in the front lines against the Warp Prism, but that's a big if. You just generally want those 2 extra drones. Now, the Warp Prism has been seen. What could it possibly mean? Rogue, having seen it later than it was actually built, could be also thinking, well, thank God I got spores, because this might be a DT attack. It is not. Rogue has no idea that 8 gateways have been made. No charge. 1 immortal. There's got some Wings of Liberty feeling right now. Watch this Protoss army slowly all in. Here we go. It's happening. Spore crawl in the front to stop that immortal juggle from happening. That's what I was talking about, but a lot of time for the queens to collect themselves. Roaches being made, Ling's trying to help out, spores. Second spore was even moved forward. Oh, wow, I really like this. The 2 spores providing an awkward situation as Classic is forced to disengage, forced to focus fire to a certain degree. That one's a lot easier, of course, so now there's no more threat from the spores, but there's a threat from the queens, the threat from the queens, the queens, the queens, the queens. Warp Prism just went in. Whoa, that was way too bold. The queens are currently under attack by the zealots, and many of them are going down, but without a Warp Prism, how do you capitalize on this? Rogue, his immortal, is packing a punch, taking out a lot of these roaches, but more reinforcements are on the way. Rogue on 47 drones might have, in an alternative world, had drone too much, but in this case, it's enough to continue pumping out those units, replacing his queens, and he has held. And Classic is in a whole lot of trouble. Slow zealots to defend. That ain't it. That ain't it, man. Lair, I think, was started and canceled, if I saw that correctly, but it is begun up again. I think it was started because he did think it was a DT. Yeah, I think so. And then he realized what it truly was. The second spore was later, but it came in hot, came in to be very helpful. Now the Lair is on the way just to complete the macro game. Rogue at 51 drones really could be quite comfortable here to either attack or defend. In this case, he sees that it's a follow-up all in. What a, you know, we need a southern 70-year-old lady to come into this game and pat Classic on the head and go, bless your heart. Because that's a lot of slow zealots. But they trying, mate. They trying. Classic knew that wasn't gonna work. GG's. Rogue defends. A complete change up from Classic. That was a good idea from Classic. And it failed miserably. Ace match, game 7 coming in. That boy ain't right. Final match of what could be the final GSL. In the top left of Maganatha, we have Rogue. And in the bottom right, it is Classic. I believe this is the largest map we have. Feeling good about Classic situation here. He did all in last game, quite clearly. But that was a once in a best of 7. When you're up 1 and the conditioning has been set to say macro, macro, macro. That is a very good idea. I really like the idea. But perhaps the execution was not there. A little bit of that fake with the Oracle was nice. The Warp Prism was still deceiving even when it was scouted because it was produced way earlier than it was scouted. The Warp Prism was out when I mistakenly thought the Oracle was the Warp Prism. So the timing looked like a Dark Shrine. Like the lies were there. The lies were set up. And Rogue was still able to make a defense work. Was the Warp Prism dying what really killed Classic? It's possible. It is possible. We can't underestimate the juggle of the Immortal. not only the Immortal, but whatever Elder units. You know, technically you could try and juggle the Zealots to a certain degree. Not usually what happens, but every little bit could count. The Sentry could have been saved, of course. The Immortal is really the biggest thing. Not only the Immortal, obviously the reinforcements. Let's say the Immortal gets juggled, the Sentry gets juggled, and the Warp Prism freely warps in 8 additional units. Rogue was thinning out on army supply. He had a lot being remade, but he was thinning out on army supply. But on the other hand, the Queens would not have died. If they dove for the Warp Prism and didn't quite get it, I don't think they die the way that they do. I think he pulls them back and buys more time. Then we try to split the battle into like the third or the natural. Which way do you go? And Rogue did have, you know, funnily enough, the drones are a blessing and a curse. 47 drones when you're being all in is too much to have an army already prepared. But if you are in a sustained battle that is just kind of seesawing, then maybe that consistent economy actually is better for you. But it's quite hard to say. One thing is for sure, Classic did not have to lose that Warp Prism. I think we can all agree on that, right? He seemed to have it in the same hotkey as the rest of his army that was being ferociously clicked forward. Hey, move, hey, move, hey, move, hey, move better. And the Warp Prism went along with it. So Classic, you know, certainly has to beat himself up to a certain extent for that one. He doesn't have to, but he probably is. But time to let it go. Let it go. Pretend this is a best of one and nothing else has mattered. Adept gets in for a scout as we did go into a Stargate opener again. Classic, he threw out that one odd build. Not going to do it again. Not going to be that guy. He goes for the 3 racks in game number 7. And Oracle is far safer. Rogue, kind of ditto by the way, has not thrown out any super early game tricks. No proxy hatch in this series. And no block hatch, which is actually how he started off Maganatha against Hero in the previous series. Well, I think it's what all of us are are thinking to ourselves when we spam A move with that type of army. Just A move better. I know he was also microing as Immortal, but the point was the Warp Prism seemed to be in the same hotkey. So micro, you know, in 2 games being a highlight, a negative highlight for Classic. Overall, I would say his micro is still pretty damn good. It's not individual, literal 1 versus 2 unit micro that has been highlighted from Classic in this series. It is those micro moves when he puts the army on the front line to protect the High Templars and then pulls the army back behind the static defense while pulling the probes appropriate direction while warping in units to block the bait. Like, that's the micro that Classic's really been excelling at. And why I have a confidence in him for a macro game and why I think this big map is going to favor him as well. Evolution Jaber is going down for Rogue, who still seems to like this, although it's not hidden, interestingly enough, but he seems to like this +1 melee. Opener, which I think it still is. It is. Oracles have an easier time seeing that, but it is so early that is almost certainly +1 melee. 2 Oracles and then the Twilight Council and the Forge, so not going to go for the 3rd one. Classics defending the Ling run-by attempts fairly well. A lot of Lings are on the way. He only saw 3 Adepts. Not a lot, I suppose. I guess that is an appropriate amount to worry about a potential 5 Adept attack. Excuse me. Which Classic has been doing. He's been warping in 5 Adepts and threatening Rogue in a couple of these games. Just saw that it was 2 Stalkers, though, which might make him regret making that many Lings. I don't know. Yeah, 38 Lings is a decent amount. Yes, you have to kind of compensate for any Oracles that might pressure with the Adepts, but if it's not 5 Adepts, the Adepts aren't moving out. Kind of sucks. Drones out being made. Rogue might still use these Lings. Oh, no, he's not. Nope, never mind. Wasn't going to say nothing. Layer's on the way. Obviously, you still use the Lings, poking and prodding and looking around for stuff, but preferably you get those drones first, army later. That's the Zerg motto. Storm is on the way for Classic, who's not going to even try and move out with any type of Stalker push. Never had the setup for it, truly. You can kind of do it with 2 Oracles, Blink, and the Forge. You can move out and micro your little heart out, but it is a very dangerous thing to do when your life is on the line, when they have +1 melee lings. They could be even building up to like 60 plus lings, and banelings could be forming off to the 4th base, you know, like has happened in this series. So you won't. Playing it very, very safe, letting his Oracles scout around, even close to his base. And this, I think, is actually extremely safe. So 2 Oracles on patrol, just looking for those ling run-bys that would start the chaos. So Classic is missing more scouting and more harassing opportunities on the offense, but he's really ensuring that nothing goes awry by having the Oracles back here scouting and also helping with their Pulsar Beam. Archon is even merged immediately. So I think he maybe did warp in 6 High Templars, but just notably 1 Archon immediately is still screaming safe. Like, don't kill me with lings. Don't let me lose Game 7 of a GSL in some silly fashion. Rogue, I think, maybe has been eyeing any opportunity. You know, he's been scouting. He's been moving around. He's had some setups for any silly mistake Classic makes, but he has not found any. And so behind this, he has gotten up to 82 drones. He's got a bunch of Hydras on the way. It is going to be Ling, Baneling, Hydra once more. But Classic really had a great defense last time this happened. Oh, some Overlord drops. That's a little mix-in. It's a little mix-in. You're at Cold Stone. You asked for some strawberry. You got a little mix-in and yellow cake as well. I mean, it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but this distraction, maybe Classic's army moves half a screen away to the left before realizing, well, there might be another attack on the way. Maybe he doesn't respond to the attack in the main fast enough and loses all of his probes in the main anyway. Maybe. Rogue is absolutely setting up for an attack here. 82 drones. Pretty powerful economy, but not a lot of technology. Classic not getting a scout on this technically. An Oracle did go across the map. Okay. The Oracle went across the map, wanted to see if there was a faster hive or a lurker den or something on the way. Saw absolutely none of that. And Classic is erring on the side of caution, staying on 4 base, all nice and neat and safe. So even if it was a hive and lurkers suddenly surprised him, he would hopefully still have a defense. Oh, Baneling drops. I kind of forgot about those. I was like, 4 lings aren't enough to fill an Overlord. Right, turn the Banelings. 5 probes go down, but that's not a big distraction. That is 1 and done. Rogue not really ready for his main attack anyway, because Centrifugal Hooks isn't finished. Oracle went back in, went for the Revelation. It's just checking whether or not a hive is on the way at this point. That's the easiest information it can get. It might miss a Lurker Den. It might miss an Infestation Pit, but it wants to know the long-term plans of the Zerg. And right now, it's screaming midterm. It's screaming fling. This guy is not moving into a long-term macro game against the Protoss. Classic is as set up as he possibly can be. Rogue is going to have enormous difficulty breaking through this Protoss, who is in the know. He knows he's about to be attacked. He has built so many cannons. Shield batteries are available. Stasis traps are everywhere. Little wall of static defense off the left side. My god. How does the Zerg break this? Storms set the engagements. Classic was slightly out of position, but it's arguable. It's probably better for him to pull the probes, let the side defense go down, and have those Archons in proper place and Storms properly protected than it is to have them already there and maybe not being controlled. Excellent defense. Not enough at all from Rogue right there. He didn't get anything. He didn't get any probes. What did he kill? 2 Archons. He killed 2 Archons. That was an entirely maxed out Zerg army. But it was fighting into the absolute worst position because all of the positions are worse. There is no better position to attack into. Rogue's mid-game all-in is not going to catch Classic off guard, is not going to catch Classic sleeping. And I don't believe it's going to get him victory in Game 7. Not even on the backside. Stasis traps would have protected him anyway, so Storm's very much well defended. Banelings once again wasting their lives on static defense that is ultimately doing its job by soaking up. Banelings crashing into Archons once again, not even killing them this time around, and Rogue thinks that he might have a chance. but he is running low on units to protect those Hydras. Grabs the Nexus. That's what he was sticking around for. He grabs the Nexus, but that's not enough, actually. That is not enough. The Nexus is easily replaced as Classic held on to a lot of his units and almost all of his probes. Warp Prism goes for a little attack, doesn't find a whole lot, but that is the threat in the Rogue's back of his mind. That could get ugly. If he continues to basically all in onto Classic's 4th, there is the chance that the next all in, the next attack that he does, 7 Zealots come in and kill his own hatchery. And Rogue is once again not making any transitions. He's hoping that Classic moves out and then gives him an opportunity to go for a surround. But Classic has played this game already. There's no reason for him to suddenly move out when 2 games ago, was it? He didn't do any of that. He can get to a Stargate, he can get to his Tempest, he can allow Rogue, to a certain extent, to even try and play late game himself. Let him get to Hive, let him get to a Greater Spire. That's still okay. Rogue trying to expand, trying to just keep his head above water, let the economy continue. So that maybe one more Remax will do the trick. High Templars on the right side were a little vulnerable to turn into Archons. Storms splattering everything in this choke on the left. Rogue supply dipping down as Classic stays pretty steady. He did lose some supply as well, but he's just building a bigger and better army with every passing minute. 3-1 has been done for Classic. 3-2 is out on the way. Those Immortals are being added in. I love the Contaminate, but these are not the critical units. I mean, it's not like he's stopping an Observer from coming out when there's Lurkers on board. I think Classic can be okay with that slight delay. Better use of the Overseer than using it, not at all. Ling Baneling Hydra. Over and over and over again until Classic relents. Or gets frustrated or bored. One thing I know he's not, though, is bored. His heart is pounding. Hands are sweaty. Legs spaghetti. It's the GSL Finals, game number 7, and he's about to win his ticket to EWC. As long as he doesn't make any silly mistake. Resources lost. Almost double that for Rogue. Classic moves out. He's got the Warp Prism Zealot attack on the front lines. You can see the Banelings maybe being... you could say maybe a little more effective right there. Maybe. Both of them come out in equal supply again. That does not favor Rogue, who also lost 6 more drones. Is going to have to replace them. Classic might be a little bit of that meme right now where the guy like steps out of his box, gets punched in the face, and says never again. But that's okay, because again, Classic doesn't have to move out. His Oracle is still around. Obviously, it sees that there is still no Hive, despite the Invitation Pit. So there's no reason for him really to move out. He can get a 5th base on the forward position. That might be the most that he moves out in this game. Rogue maybe a little more optimistic, a little more hopeful after the last engagement, where Classic did move out and maybe did lose a little bit more. Yeah. Maybe 8,000 resource difference. Still pretty big, though. Tempest are now on the way. Army moves out. Big ol' concave for Rogue comes in, but he has stasis trap to deal with. He has cannons and shield batteries and everything to deal with. Storm still coming down. Mothership cloak in effect. And Rogue now dips heavily down in supply. Where is the Remax? It is coming out much slower. It is simply not happening as drones are pulled away and die to the Zealot run by. Classic thinks about going for the attack. Decides not to. I'm not sure what that recall was. That was a recall to his own mothership, wasn't it? Just a little myth click right there. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure which button got confused, but... Oh, wait, no. Did he recall... Wait. What did he... Did he recall those Zealots? I thought he was recalling the Archons, so I'm pretty sure it was a mistake. Okay, okay. Just don't want to not give him credit if it's due. I thought, though, I was pretty sure the Archons were blinking purple, whatever the hell they did when they get recalled. Spire, Lurker Den, Hive, now on the way. Rogue relenting. The aggressive Ling Baneling Hydra after Ling Baneling Hydra is not going to work. But at arguably the worst time. Before that last engagement where he dipped down 40 as opposed to staying level with the Protoss, you could say might have been a better time to do this. when the army was still maxed out, and thus you still had some feeling of safety if the Protoss army came across the map. But if Classic is doing the never again meme, then I guess you don't have to worry about it moving out. And Rogue is like, well, you know, better late than never, and that's fair. All the technology, but not nearly enough of the economy. Not above 80 drones, and at this point, getting to like 85 drones would be probably not as useful as you would hope, because a lot of his initial bases are running out of money. This is coming in so late. 16 lurkers, though. Jesus. All right, enough economy to do that. That's a lot of lurkers, but we have air. Rogue is going to try this late game. I'm glad he's trying it, because I do think there is some opportunity. Classic does not want to move out. He never went to move out. The 2 games ago, he wasn't even really moving out. He just found another safe position, that choke, to just stand. So if he's never going to move out, you gotta try and play the late game. This is your last chance. 17 lurkers is an awful lot, but they do not have their upgrades as of yet. Observer also getting killed, but we do still have the Oracle. 2 Oracles in play. It's still a bit scary, I would say, because the lurkers don't have all their upgrades. So Classic, if he was being aggressive, could probably find opportunities to attack here, Zealot run by here, Warp Prism here. But that is the key thing. Classic is not moving out. He's not being aggressive. So Rogue didn't die when he had less supply. And Rogue is not dying as he still waits for some of these upgrades to really complete his late game army. Not that lurkers are still the be-all, end-all answer to late game Protoss. It's a portion of the answer. But now we got a chance to continue this game into the true late game ZVP. And it's a huge map, so even though Rogue's initial bases might be mining out, he still has a couple of kind of safe bases. No, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. I don't know if Classic just misclicked or thought he saw a concave, but no. Now before we take out some of those lurkers, Storms managed to get on top of some of the lurkers and on top of the Hydras as well, as this choke is a little more difficult for Rogue to handle. Classic is losing units though as the lurker spines, the range is done. And Classic is going to get dragged in too. He needs to, just let this one go. I don't know why he's sticking around. He was also a little preoccupied, perhaps, defending this 5th base. Nidus Room in the main base is covered partially by a cannon. One cannon doesn't kill it quite fast enough. Maybe it does. No, I wanted to know. Damn it. Okay, well, it would have been very close. Not sure if anything would have popped out. Mothership was left behind for some reason. Just not part of the control group, perhaps. Or did he recall? Or I don't know what happened. But the Mothership left alone. Not abducted, thankfully. The Vipers went back to juice up by the looks of things. That's exactly what they did. Nidus Room on the left side as well, just trying to set up points of attack. We also could have what we see a lot of the Zergs doing now, especially Serral. I think Serral kind of popularized it. It's not a novel idea to send drones through a Nidus Room to both saturate further bases and to help save them. But I feel like Serral really perfected it, just does it all the time. And we could have that. We could have this base taken, could have this base taken, send your drones through a Nidus Worm to saturate it, and then send them back if it is attacked. But Rogue isn't quite at that stage yet, and that is primarily my worry in this game. Rogue does not have a good bank for late game ZVP. Yes, his army is a bit more cost efficient. Everything is compared to Banelings. It still is not the ideal situation for late game PvZ. A 14,000 resource difference at this point too, guys. But Rogue is starting to be a little bit more of a thorn in Classic side. Lurkers continuing to hit this base, not being cleaned up. Nidus Room on the right side hitting... well, the stack defense is there, but it's only 1 pylon, so I think that could go down too. Corruptors have been made, 16 of them. Upgrades, 222 on the ground, 4 reserve, only 1 in the sky. Meanwhile, Classic, 3 shield, 2 attack on the sky. So he's setting up much better. More upgrades on the way for him as well, on the ground and in the sky. Can't remember the name of the Titanic Stabilizers on the way for the Tempest too. And he is kind of breaking through right now. I don't know how those Archons seem to just run past that Spore. Did you guys see that too? But they are thinking of going on top of those Lurkers. They thought about it. They kind of did it. They kind of failed at it. Ended up not being really worth it. Still, though, 12,000 resource difference. Classic can make some mistakes, although the mistakes need to be a little more... Well, hold on. Classic has a 5th base. But his other fifth died. Then again, Rogue is also losing his bases, and he is not taking the bottom left of the map, only just now doing so. Lurker's out of position. Tried to respond quickly, ended up grabbing a couple of Immortals, but did not save the hatchery. 6 drones also going down. Classic still having Lurkers on his side of the map is just always scary, isn't it? They've been kind of cautious. They've been very careful. They killed the base, though, and maybe could set their sights on something else. Dark Shrine finally coming through just to add to the complexity of this game. Probes, obviously, without minerals to mine from, means that Classic is really only mining off of 1.5 bases, so keep that in mind. Rogue is not too much better off, but might be if this base actually ends up coming up, but it's not. Zealots actually getting the kill. Cancel. Better than a kill, but Rogue needs that base. Classic needs a base. Everyone needs a base. Things are a little bit closer than I think Classic wanted. He does still have a very good possibility of winning this game as he moves in, catches a couple of Lurkers, not burrowed, but Lurkers on the left side catching him as well. Viper's getting some abducts too. Some of the carriers going down, but the last 2 Hydras starting to fall right now. The Lurkers covering them. Classic thought he could move in because the Hydra count was so low, but the Lurker count was still so high. And I don't think he quite had the read on just how many Lurkers were left over. 17 of them. And I thought it was only 6 or 7 or 8. But oh, the tap out happens as Rogue looks at his supply. 133 supply, 33 supply, 200 minerals in the bank. And you know what? He had just built 14 Overlords, I think. Oh my god, he built 14 Overlords. 14 Overlords when your supply blocked at 150. Not exactly what you want, but I don't know if 1,000 extra minerals would have been the difference maker here. Classic. As I said, it might have been a little closer than he wanted, but he was always in control. He was always in the lead. And it was just a matter of not throwing the army away against Lurkers that were unscouted. Rogue realizes his chances are nil and taps out right then and there. And he would have lost. No matter what would happen here, he would have lost. No other bases to take, no other bank to have. He would have lost. Some might say GSL Finals, trying to the very last unit, but Rogue, he knows when to tap out. GG. Classic wins GSL and we'll get to EWC. So we'll see him again in about a month. Oh, wait. We did miss where the Corruptors went to. Where did the Corruptors go to? Oh, hold on. Yeah, 16 Corruptors. Wait a second. What happened to them? Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, I totally missed that. Ah! Classic was already qualified? I wasn't sure about that, but yes, that means that Rogue actually still gets the spot. But man, I'm glad I checked that out. I can't believe the Corruptors just ran over the Archon. Yes, Classic will be at EWC. Rogue will also be at EWC, as whoever, you know, is the runner-up, obviously, gets to take it if Classic is already qualified. So there you have it. There is the complete summation of this cast. Classic isn't going to EWC. Rogue is going as well. Hero and Gumiho, I believe it also are... Hero definitely did. Gumiho, I believe, also advanced. So it was Rogue who really needed this ticket. GG's. What a fight.
Twitch Prime sub received. Thank you for appeasing the Overmind.
Yeah, thank you for that Prime sub. I'm not sure where Classic made it through. From the Korea qualifier, it was Zound and Cure. Classic was top 4 DreamHack Dallas. That's why. And I totally forgot about it. So Gumiho wasn't. That's maybe who I confused. Who actually had made it through already. I might have swapped them in my head. Yeah, Classic made it. Gumiho did not. Firefly is also no longer part of it. If you guys didn't see that announcement, he was banned because match fixing. And he was replaced by a guy named Lancer. Wait, Cyan? Wait, why did he change his name? What? When did that happen? So I don't understand why people match fix. Because they want to live the life they're living. And without match fixing, they won't make enough money. It's under investigation in a sense that you just had someone who killed someone on TV. And the police have the tape. And they're like, well, we kind of, I guess we need to do the due process thing. Anos, the French show gaming caster, is going to jail. Hey, really? Why? Also, I don't really recognize that name. Actually, not to be rude. Anti-Semitic thing? Jesus. Wait. You can go to jail for that in France? As an American, I'm very confused. Maybe Google will tell us something. Well, he tweeted 5 hours ago.
Warning. Philanthropist programs detected in Com Server 04.
Be rough to me, please. Thank you very much for the gifted sub. I can't read French fast enough, so I'm just translating everything. Yeah, I don't know if you can find some article that I won't be able to find with my limited French ability. Well, the good news is I might not have to get up at 2 in the morning this week. The bad news is I won't get any money for it. For just being myself. Couldn't find anything, to be honest. Yeah, I wonder. It would have to be kind of secret. All I could see from his Twitter was that he compared Netanya, name I never memorized how to pronounce, calling him Hitler, which seems, you know, not anti-Semitic anyway. There's a lot of problems with O Gaming, yes, but definitely not enough that I heard of anyone going to jail about it. Thank you for another gifted sub. His Twitter didn't scream, you know, right-wing crazy, but I didn't translate all of his tweets, so. And obviously you can say whatever you want on Twitter. Get TKL on stream, yeah.
Warning, philanthropist programs detected in com server 04.
And another gifted sub. Thanks, man. I will be bouncing. I won't have to totally change my sleep schedule, which is good news. I woke up at 7 a.m. today, which I don't usually do, and I felt terrible. Like, truly terrible. It was only a 2-hour difference, but maybe I will, maybe I won't. Kind of at the other guy's kind of leading the decision making. I was thinking, you know, it being at 2 a.m., maybe it would have been better to stay up that long. You know, and then I would cast at like 5 or 6, I guess. But then I was like, I go from that gig directly into the EWC qualifiers, which start at 8 a.m., which means that I would be staying up from, you know, I'd be trying to stay up till like noon or 2 p.m. or something my time. With only, you know, not even a day of trying to reset the sleep schedule. So I don't know which actually ends up being better. Be with me, please. Thank you for the another gifted sub. Another one. Here's another answer. Have you ever done meth? I'd like to hear my deadlock casting on meth. That'd be great. I have been practicing my casting a little bit. I kind of almost wish I did record all my practice casts, just that I have something to look back on when I, you know, become a super big shot caster. But you know, I didn't do that for StarCraft 2, and there was still a lot of casts that I did early on in my career that are still watchable and are still really fucking bad. So I'm sure they'll still be bad even with some practice. But it's already way better. My first cast, I just was so overwhelmed and so confused. I was like, I don't even know what to fucking focus on. This is so crazy. And the second cast was already so much better. And the third cast, I even have what you might be calling informed opinions. So I'm more used to it, but it is difficult. It's difficult also because replay systems in Deadlock do not have like an overlay like they do. Like StarCraft, you can just download an overlay, or it already comes preset with good overlays. So in Deadlock, you know, you don't want to be casting the character names. You want to be casting the player names, but the player names don't show up unless you just hold down tab. So that makes it difficult. And then what also makes it difficult is that it's like a MOBA with Overwatch, is what people say, which is fine. But in terms of how difficult it is to cast, I would agree with that. which means if I don't have an observer, I'm just like clicking around and like looking at the minimap trying to track everything. It is so difficult. And it's 3D. Motherfuckers. Making 3D video games. How dare they? So unlike a MOBA that we know, like top-down MOBA, where you don't have to consider height. You know, if there's an action moment happening on the minimap, you click onto Nasus or whatever, and you're like, oh, that's what's happening. That's not confusing. You do the same thing in Deadlock, and you're like, I clicked on the guy. Where the fuck are we? Oh, we're in the basement. Oh, and the other guy I thought was about to engage with them is actually on the bridge, and they don't even see each other. They're just close to each other on the minimap. So it's a little more difficult, yeah. But I've kind of gotten at least some flow to it, which is better than my first cast. Cat looks like a Terran player. Dimitri would be a Protoss player. Dimitri's big, slow, clever. He knows how to open doors. He was actually figuring out how to open the front door last night. So most of our doors in our house are like the handles that go this way, right? So he just reaches up and he uses his body weight to pull him down. But our front door is like, you know, you have to like thumb, like a little tiny thing that you push down on. And he was figuring that out. I was outside chilling and I just hear like sounds coming from the door and I'm like, what the fuck? Yes, it was Oral to Habit, which I think is very valid. I also think Deadlock is a very difficult sport to watch. And yet, despite that, honestly, Overwatch wasn't doing too bad as a grassroots tournament back in the day. You know, some of the pre-Overwatch League tournaments were getting 20,000 viewers, even consistently. And then Overwatch League obviously brought a lot of advertising and a lot of, you know, respectable production. So, you know, it got up to like 100,000 in the beginning of its lifespan, I suppose. So people will watch bad esports to watch, and they will not watch good esports to watch, as StarCraft players know. He only figured out how to open the door because I was outside. Dimitri, I think he would be fine outside. I think he would like being on like a leash or something. But he doesn't care about going outside. He cared that I was on the other side of the door. Because he's a very needy boy. Third person versus first, at least PvEs. Yeah, I think it is a little better in that regard. Overwatch, you know, if you just go around the characters, you're instantly into a first-person point of view. That's a very limited field of vision. But it is still difficult. Valorant, Overwatch, and Deadlock all look the same to me. As far as their team battles go, I think I'm with you, honestly. Aside from the first versus third person dynamic. But as far as team battles go, I can't really disagree. There's just so much happening in team battles in all those games. You're never going to follow everything. You don't follow everything in every StarCraft battle either, but the difference would be is that StarCraft gets difficult to read when there's like a late game scenario. There's more than, let's say, 5 types of units on the field. And it's completely maxed out. But it's early and mid game. There's not a lot of that variety or a lot of spell casting, so it's an easier time to focus on what's important. Whereas Overwatch, Deadlock, Valorant, just from the get go, it's pretty. And then everything happened. Me and Rifkin were very much on board the hype train for Overwatch. Like, we were desperately asking our connections for the beta or whatever it was. We hosted an Overwatch tournament, actually. My casting wasn't very good, but it would have gotten better over time. But I don't think either one of us was really, like, truly in love with it. And then the other problem that we had was that when we heard Overwatch League was happening, which was actually like, the rumors had already started by the time Overwatch was even, like, announced. There was already rumors from the in-group that they had planned for this really big esports thing. So the more that got confirmed, you know, like, literally our contact was this awesome lady called Zoivia. One of the last interactions I had with her was 2016 as Overwatch League appeared. Or maybe 2017, I don't remember. And I just remember asking her after BlizzCon, like, oh, how's it going? And she just was like, and then she retired from video games. True story. But I remember when Overwatch got announced, I think that was 2015, because it was the same time Legacy of the Void did. We were talking to her the entire time, and she was basically already telling us, don't bother. Like, she wasn't just straight up telling us what was going on, but she was pretty much suggesting that we don't put our eggs in that basket. Because, like, third-party events were just not going to happen. Which was true. Like, the third-party event, like, the grassroots scene for Overwatch was actually quite vibrant. There was a lot of good things happening. Korea's Apex tournament was really, really well received. Online tournaments were being well received. A lot of respect, I think, was actually given at that moment, weirdly enough, by some of the guys who, like, were into TF2 or Quake or something, you know, like hero shooters. But then when it became the most corporate thing in the whole wide world, it felt like it did itself no favors with it. Any, like, hipster respect was gone. That's what I'll call it. Any third-party organizers who really, like, loved the game and saw, like, a vision with it were pushed out. Any grassroots tournaments were cut off because of the limitation. It just was very poorly handled, I think. At the time, no one knew what would happen if a huge company like Blizzard would try and really force an esports in that manner. So there is some optimism, but not by StarCraft people, I can tell you that much. I know, Overwatch is old, isn't it? It is. Valorant's also kind of old. Today, I was looking through the esports awards, and I hated it. Just, you know, just to get that out there. Because I hate the esports awards. Bunch of fucking, what's the word? Shills. The requirement to be on the judgment panel thingy, to be a judge for the esports awards, is no requirement. They ask you and you're like, well, what's my job? And they're like, you don't have to do anything. Just vote. So how do you know what's good? What? Huh? Quay? I hate it. I hate it so much. And now they're doing yeah, really. That's actually what happens. Someone who was invited to be on the judge told me the process. And I believe them. Because it's also very evident, I'd say, in the awards that go out. They're almost all the top 4 esports in the world. Which is fine. Top esports are going to, you know, get top talent. There's some logic to that. But it's just all the time with the mentions of certain in vogue communities and their content creators just to make sure that it looks like more balanced than these are the people we know and these are the people we don't know. And then also really dumb decisions and just totally out of nowhere calls, like Artosis getting his Analyst of the Year award when he was already so far away from StarCraft 2 casting. Was just them hearing that he was leaving Korea and being like, oh shit, Artosis, he's like a really popular guy, right? Like, maybe we should do something. Or Gillyweed getting Host of the Year 2 years after she had retired from hosting. It's just there's no reason, I think, to be proud to get an award like that. The only reason you get awards is because you are good. I mean, I don't think anyone bad has ever gotten an award. But you are good, and you're also in a very popular esport. Or you're in a kind of, as I said, like in vogue game. Like Street Fighter 6 or Tekken has, or some fighting games have gotten acknowledgments by esports awards. But I really feel like that's their equivalent of, you know, the Academy Awards trying to give nothing but accolades to the top directors and actors, and then being like, oh yeah, I kind of heard about this one movie that I didn't even bother watching because I don't have to watch the movies either because the Academy Awards are also stupid, and I guess we should give it to them. Like, that I feel like is the equivalent to it. Where it's just like, well, if we do it too much with Overwatch League, Valorant, CS, and League of Legends, people are going to pick up on this. We should just throw some other people in. Lifetime Achievement Award I would be totally fine with Artosis. But frankly, I don't think he deserved the one that he won. Or he didn't win it. The one that he was nominated for in the year that he was nominated for it. So now they're doing the Decade, which is such a stupid thing to do in the year 2025. They're doing the Decade Esports Award. So they're doing it for the past 10 years. So since 2015. Which, you know, is a way to do decades. But most people would say, you know, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40. Fine, whatever. But then it is so front-loaded by the most popular things of the last 5 years. Anyway. Except Simple's nominations, I guess. Those are actually kind of odd, because the last 5 years for him have been a little bit tumultuous. The last 3 years. Well, since CS2 came out, Simple has been away from CS actually for a long time. But I do think he would deserve Decade Player of the Year. I'm not... That one I'm fine with. It's fine. I mean, esports is so detached from each other that it's already a weird concept to begin with. Because even if they were trying to do a very thorough job of actually taking people's best casts and like evaluating it on like a technical level, they would have to make sure that they have people who know enough about the game, which is very difficult to do when the games are so different. At least with, you know, movie awards, generally movies are movies. You kind of see them all. Maybe you prefer action versus horror, or you don't think romance is deserving, sure, but with esports, it's very different. It would be more like if there was a general sports award where you included football and European football and basketball and tennis and everything, and you're like, okay, who's the best out of all of this? That would just be the weirdest shit, right? No one would take that seriously, right? I suppose sometimes it happens. Like, I have heard of like best, like most impactful sports player, I guess. You know, people might be like, well, Wayne Gretzky was more impactful than Michael Jordan, I guess. I don't know. But there's not really any award that's equivalent. It's certainly not yearly, and it's not nearly as all-encompassing. Winning sports, yes. I don't know. I don't like it. I probably shouldn't speak too ill of it, though, because technically they're part of the EWC now. Whoopsie. EWC didn't invite cast who didn't cast StarCraft 2 in the regular cast this year. Well, how do you know? Talent announcements haven't been made. What do you know? Who are you talking about? Yeah. If people enjoy the casts, then there's not much you can do. Or should do, you know? I just hope I'm not stuck on the analyst desk. What I'm really afraid of is that for some reason they've made it so that the analysts and the commentators are like really apart in some physical way, and their badges only allow them into certain areas, and then they'll force me and Roddy to only be on the desk. I think it's actually the stupidest decision I've ever heard. I'm just gonna complain about that for a hot second. I need a beer to complain about it. Fortunately, I have one. It's not very good. It's not the one that I thought I was getting, unfortunately, but whatever. I admit ignorance in this regard. Yeah, so usually there's not that much of a difference in StarCraft because we do everything. But analyst refers to someone who is on the desk, typically. If it's commentating, usually the smart person is called the color. But it can also be called the analyst on a cast as well. Especially in like trio casts where the color might more refer to someone who's like setting up storylines and hosting. But anyway, in this case it means desk. So if you see other announcements from other esports, it usually means they're on the desk 100%. And desks are not the preference for almost anyone in StarCraft. No one really pays attention to them. Sometimes there's really not much to say. If there is a lot to say, it's such a short segment, you can't really get it all out anyway. And it's actually more stressful for us a lot of the time. Like we're all used to it at this point, but it's like the most stressful thing for the newcomers to do and whatnot, because it's just not what you practice. But still, it's just, I don't know what it is. You know, this could be they name it because they name all the other esports in such a fashion, but when we get there, they're like, oh yeah, we don't care if you guys swap. Whatever you guys want to do. But we don't know. I do not like Hoppy, so that wouldn't be it. Yeah, but anyways, so right now, I have the job of analyst, and I would be so frustrated if I was the only thing I ever did. And it just seems like such a bad decision. I don't know who made the decision. If it was random, if it was some type of attempted like honor to bestow on us. They think it's like a good thing that we're analysts only. But I think it's really a bad idea. Roddy is excellent at the desk. Roddy is so good at the desk that he actually sometimes makes desk a little annoying, if I'm being real with you. Because Roddy will go first, and he will list 4 things, and they will be the only 4 things to talk about, and then Carlos is like, how about you, ZombieGrub? And you're like, Terran did good. Because Roddy already said everything. But Roddy, if he wants to do that, he can do that. I don't think I'm that great on the desk. And I don't think that I'm a better analyst than I am a commentator. And I don't think anyone ever considers me that hardcore of an analyst. Like, some people give a nice amount of respect to my color commentary, which is nice. But especially in the last, 4 years, I would not call myself an analyst. I find that maybe focusing more on encouraging the color commentators I'm with is a better thing that I do. So like me and Pig, I do play-by-play, he does color, I think works out really, really well. And if you're going to put give someone the analyst spot, why not give them, to the person that everyone agrees is the analyst? So Roddy, sure, but Pig. Even State gets a lot of credit for being an ex-pro gamer. And I think he did a really good job last year when he was the tablet person. So I don't know why I got this job. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not the only smart person in StarCraft, though. You were assigned to the Stofa interview spot last year? No, we swapped. We did, all of us did analyst and commentary. Except the last few days in which we relegated State to his role as a analyst, Lambo too, and then Katz was the interviewer. There was a year in Katowice where all of us had to do some amount of interviewing because Smix couldn't arrive until Friday. Maybe is what you're confusing it with. Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to be relegated. And if if this is going to be forced because we're so physically apart from each other, it's also just going to be lonely. Roddy and I and Kalaris will eventually run out of things to talk about to each other. And we will be stuck in the same room with each other for 8 hours. But this is all under the assumption that, you know, it's not just going to be, you know, totally useless terminology. You know? It's a real fear. Because the first year, we were all together very close. The desk was close to the food, which was close to the commentary. Then the last year, the food was brought to a green room that was very close to the commentary, but we had to walk down 2 flights of stairs, across a hall into a room with a separate, like, allowance on the badge, to the analyst desk. And I'm afraid that they're just going to continue, you know, making it more and more difficult to run between green room and analyst desk and commentary. Oh yeah, and we're gonna be the time fillers too. Ugh. And Roddy just likes to he just likes to talk about StarCraft. I feel like me and Wardy have some fun times with downtime. We get pretty stupid and silly. Maynard is not still casting StarCraft 2. He hasn't been since 2023, technically, because he was doing the Oceania regional qualifiers. But really, he hasn't been a StarCraft caster since, like, 2020. Smix, so she, I think, was... Well, we don't know what happened with her for Gamers 8. To be fair, like, I don't know if they asked her, or she said no, or what happened. But since she has a full-time job and a very stressful job working for RTS, a talent agency, she has been, you know, she's asked for more, what's the word? Special, you know, she can only come for like 3 days out of the 5 days that are available. And that can rub some tournament organizers the wrong way. They just, you know, they're like, oh, well, we don't want to accommodate for you. And also, we're just not going to ask you next time because this other person's always going to say yes. And then I think she just simply got too busy to answer yes if she was still being asked. But I haven't talked to her about it in a while. Oh, no, she's not the owner. No. Pokemon or someone is, like, the person who really, like, made it, isn't it? Like, I think Smix, like, they all have very high-ranking positions in RTS. But as far as I've talked to her, she basically works for Pokemon. And I think she might work alongside Kim Fan, but I'm not sure about that. She might be, you know, Kim Fan might be higher, but in like a different portion of the company. I don't know. But I know she's worked for Pokemon. Yeah, she was doing Valorant. Valorant's also really nice for her, though, because she lives so close to the studios. She doesn't take the gigs that go international, but she will show up for Valorant NA. Well, that too. I mean, Smix was, you know, for a while kind of doing it just because she loved us. But eventually you gotta let things go. Fortunately, Rachel's really cool. I mean, they don't replace each other, but we didn't get stuck with some host who's like, you know, a douchebag or doesn't hang out or something. Initially, Rachel didn't really hang out with us. And I think she was really legitimately taking her role as a Smix, like, just, she would actually say this to us. This is not me being rude. But initially, back in, like, 2022, like, Seltzer would just be like, I'm just here until Smix comes back. 100%. Like, I don't consider myself, you know, a part of the crew in that sense. I think that's kind of changed. She's hung out with us more, and we've had some drunken nights together, and she's a very nice person. I haven't had a casual beer in a while. I did go on a bar crawl in Poland. I didn't really tell you guys about. You were only 10 till Smakes came back. Yeah. But clearly they have lessened the requirement to having a bilingual host. But the bar crawl was fun. So the Polish wedding, it did not go insane like some Polish weddings do. We were all weak, non-Polish people who didn't stay up until 5 in the morning. But because of that, I was, healthy enough to go on a bar crawl that Sunday night. And it started off in a hostel bar, which was fun. Literally, this was a bar for a hostel that was used also as the starting point for bar crawls. So let's just say the alcohol rules were very lax. And it was also all you could drink for an hour. So, theoretically, you just drink all the alcohol in an hour and then you just coast to the rest of the bar crawl. Which is kind of what we did, because that's where I learned to play cups. Flip cups, I guess is what the game is called. Which is actually pretty self-explanatory, but just to be clear, what you do is you have a table, you have a red Solo cup, and you put it upside down so that half of the lip is hanging off the edge, and then you try to flip it so that it goes upright. And you try to do it before the other guy does. So we played teams, and then we asked our bar crawl leader, who is this really funny Australian lady, to make it more fun. And so she made us, we were in 3v3s. The goal was you had to turn around 3 times and then run to the door frame and then run back and then flip it. And whenever you failed flipping it, you had to spin around 3 times again. Which, if you've never played flip cups, it's not as easy as it sounds to flip it correctly, especially after being dizzy and being drunk. That was a lot of beer, because then we also played beer pong, which was a lot of beer. And then a couple of shots, and suddenly you're pretty twisted. Poland, Krakow. Fortunately, this was the first thing of the night. This wasn't when we were actually drunk, because I think spinning around that much definitely would have caused some throw-up opportunities. I ended up making friends with sisters who were visiting Poland on like a Euro trip, because Europeans and English people do that, apparently. Privileged bastards. No, this was a couple weekends ago. This is when I went to Claris's wedding. It's always a good time. That's also where I lost my glasses, though. We're having too good of a time. No, I don't wear glasses when I'm on the computer, because I don't need to. It's long distance glasses. I do kind of need them if I definitely need them if I go driving. I don't need them if I'm just looking at stuff up close. Having a good time is bad for you. Yep. I also thought I was going to be one of the older people in the bar crawl. You know, like I'm aging out of this lifestyle. But actually, almost everyone I talked to was like 28 and above. So I met a couple of other like 34-year-olds and then even a couple of 40-year-olds. One guy swore he was 55. He did not look it. And he was nice enough. See you, dude. Hello. I'm gonna log off. Think about what I want to have for dinner. And then, I guess go to sleep early because I might still be commentating at 2 in the morning. Kind of remains to be seen. I'll leave you guys with Dimitri and his catfish, which he loves. So thanks for watching. Thanks for all the gifted subs today. Hope you all had a good weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for a Monday stream. Is there going to be an open cup? No. No, there is not. So I don't know what we're going to do on Monday, but something. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.